So looking forward to that. So in case you've never played Blaston before, Blaston is a 1v1 bullet hell shooter. The goal is obviously to reduce your opponent's health bar to 0. If you do that, you win a round. Games are played best 2 out of 3 rounds. And the set today, everything today is going to be a best of 7 matches. So each one of these players is going to have to win 4 matches in order to take the set. We're going to be starting up in just a little bit between Josie and Tesseract, the winners of our EU and NA final winners brackets. We're going to...
No, sorry, Josie lost against 24, if you remember.
Oh, my goodness, you're absolutely right. I'm already messing up. My goodness. But, yes, we are going to have Josie and Tesseract first, followed by 24 and Monty. And then we're going to be dipping into the third place round after that, heading up into our World Finals of Blaston. Absolutely hype. Are you as hyped as I am, Cap?
I'm so excited. In fact,
He's so excited he lost his voice.
Yeah, no, nothing's going to keep me from this, including my voice going. but in particular, I'm really excited for this first game between Josie and between Tess. This is what a lot of people thought the final was going to be, and it's got the player that a lot of people consider the #1 player in the world versus the player that the other group of people consider the #1 player in the world.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to look like they're going to have the advantage?
Okay, well, I've seen this. You know, another thing to mention is that these two guys are Blaston veterans. They have been playing the game since 2021 when we really started heating up on our competitive events. There's a lot of history between these two, and we are super, super, super excited to see them as our first. You guys didn't know, Blaston is now free to play, so there is absolutely no excuse for you to go and download it on your headset right this second. But with that update, we also introduced some new attachments, specifically Speed Nova.
Well, I think the biggest thing about the new update was the movement changes.
Yes.
It's now a much more physical game because before you were able to dodge by just tilting your head. Now your body doesn't follow your head as much, so you've really got to throw your body around to avoid those bullets. It makes an incredible, cardio-intense game, even more cardio-intensive. And it's going to be really interesting to see these two top players adjust to that because Josie, for the longest time, was considered the #1 player in Blaston. And then about 2 years ago, Tesseract started a 2-year undefeated streak in tournaments. In fact, Tesseract, this is his first showing at a VRML finals because he was unable to make last season's. And I'm expecting big things.
There you go. The EU bias coming through. But, yeah, definitely with that recent update with the movement changes, we've seen a whole meta develop of really just focused around hyper-aggression. Especially last year before the movement changes, Blaston was still very much so a game where you stacked up a whole bunch of bullets and you tried to hit your opponent from every single direction possible, closing off any possible path of escape. And now with the recent updates, with some balance changes, and of course with the movement changes, we've seen a whole new meta develop of hyper-aggression, a lot of Viper, which you're going to see as the sniper, the Luma, which is a bow weapon that fires off very, very, very quickly. So we're going to be seeing that quite a bit. And of course, grenades everywhere. Grenades have been a really popular item to pick. We've even seen some people heading into the finals with a triple nade build.
Yes, well, the most common meta loadout that we see, what's considered the best at the moment, is 2 nades, 1 Luma, so 1 bow and arrow, and then you've got 2 handguns, so a Raptor and a Raptor Ellipse and a shield. Although a lot of people are now subbing in that Raptor for a Tundra, which I will stop talking about because I know that is your favorite weapon.
Oh, I love that Tundra. You know I love that Tundra. It is a very quick weapon, but more importantly, it blinds your opponent when it's hit. So it is very intimidating when you get hit because you don't know what else is going to be coming at you. but also there's a very distinct audio cue that weapon makes when you fire it. There's about a second delay between when you actually hold down the trigger and when it fires off. So you can actually use that to sort of psych out your opponent, make them think that you're going to be firing off a very high damage bullet towards them, and then use that as a distraction when you're following up with your big combo.
Well, I think the player who abuses it the best, in my opinion, we don't see in the first match, but we see in the second, is Montyban.
Yeah.
If you've ever played against him with Tundra, like, it is 2 minutes of just anxiety attacks as you constantly hear it, and you're constantly terrified of where it's going to come from.
Right. And we were talking about it actually over dinner last night, but audio cues are also a huge thing in Blaston. You really don't want to keep your view away from where all the bullets are coming from. So anything that forces your opponent to turn around is usually a good distraction and can help you get some really, really good damage in. So if you hear that audio cue, you're not hearing the audio cue of all the nades that are coming through as well. Again, adding to the anxiety of having to worry about everything that's coming at you from every single direction.
But yeah, so at the moment, the main meta is you throw up some nades behind your opponent. They've got to look away, and as they look away, you shoot them with a bow and arrow, get some free damage.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because that bow and arrow, now that the players have really gotten used to using that two-handed movement of pulling it back and firing, I mean, you wouldn't even know that it's a two-handed weapon because they're also sitting there juggling their other weapons in the other hand and firing off bows in between.
Oh yeah, you will be seeing some juggling today.
Yes.
So in order to use more than 2 weapons at once, players have learned how to juggle, so they just start juggling and then they can have multiple weapons in play at once.
Yeah.
Who knew being clown colleges can help top level Blaston?
Well, and I remember too, during the first VRML finals, Josie started juggling nades and I went absolutely insane because it was the first time I saw someone one hand juggling 2 different weapons and firing off with the other hand. Now, I mean, that's
summer.
Yeah, I mean, emergent play, that almost has become standard practice. I mean, really.
All of the top level players we're seeing here today are good enough and will use juggling, or maybe they won't, but they all have that in their skill set. A year ago or 2 years ago, it was breaking the game. And what's really interesting about this game is there's such a huge depth of skill between top players, middle players, and bottom players, but the skill level keeps improving every single year as players find new ways to abuse those mechanics, new ways to get advantages on their opponents. Like one skill for which and knowledge as well as execution, which go into winning a game of Blaston. So I have huge respect for all of the players we're going to see here today.
Yeah, and overall, I won't go too much into damage versus collision versus health because that's a whole big thing in itself. But the thing to know is that every single projectile weapon and obviously the players in Blaston have their own individual health bars, and when someone loses their health or a projectile loses their health, it disappears. So that is the overall strategy behind drop blocking. Drop the weapon into the bullet, block it, pick up the weapon, and continue firing. And again, this is happening alongside having to worry about nades popping behind you, really fast, small projectiles that are coming out towards you. So there's a lot of stuff that they're having to juggle on top of the higher level strategy that's going on in the background, strategizing around their build. You get 6 weapons on your build that can vary from everything from the shorter cooldown weapons you mentioned, the Raptor and the Raptor Ellipse before. Those are dual pistols that you're definitely going to see used today, up until some of the heavier weapons, which we've also seen up until these finals. Not really too much in the finals themselves, but I called
the bunker on the finals.
Oh, well, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
He called it. You heard it all here, folks. He called the bunker. But we've seen a lot of Tank Nova as well.
Game, which requires a lot of in-depth strategy, knowledge, and execution, and you're going to see that live here. This is the first Blaston LAN we've had. It's taken a long time to get here, and I am so excited to see it. live in person.
Yes, absolutely. Super, super hype as our players start setting up for their first match. Any final comments before we start loading these guys into the game?
I am going to say my predictions for this game is it's going to be incredibly close. I think we're going to go to the full set. We're going to see all of the games available. I don't think it's going to be a stomp either way. If I had to pick a player, I'm going to pick Tess because I've picked Tess every game for the last 2 years straight and it's never steered me wrong. But I would not be surprised to see it go the other way either. Really, two of the best players in the game right now, and you're about to see a show.
Yep, absolutely. Can we hear some hype from our crowd for our first matchup for today? Again, really appreciate you all coming out here. This is truly incredible, something we've talked about in our community for maybe 2 to 3 years, honestly, trying to get everybody in the same place, and it is so incredible to actually be here. Casting as well. Incredible, because I definitely wasn't going to be up here as a player.
Well, I needed 2 players to get ill, and then I would be. But unfortunately, they dodged all of my tricks.
There you go. There you go. All right, we are loading into this first matchup here. You all have an ideal view of seeing not only the gameplay behind us, which is going to be run on the Blaston Spectator client, but also the IRL movements of both of these players who are currently setting up and doing their network tests. Really excited. And since we do have a little bit of time, let's talk just a tiny bit, too, about Ultimex, which is going to be happening later today.
Ultimex is I suppose the best way to put it is...
Don't say it. Don't say it. I know what you're going to say.
I know. I'm going to say it.
You're going to say it? Oh, my
It's
goodness.
Rocket League with robots punching the ball.
No, he said it.
Yeah. I mean, in VR, what more do you want? You're playing football, or as you guys would call it, soccer.
There you go.
I'm not going to get into that argument now. I don't have the voice for it. Essentially, you just punch the ball into the goal. Great fun. It's a 2v2, and we're going to see, I think, first place NA versus third place NA.
Yep, third place NA versus third place NA. Unfortunately, international travel, as cool as it is a little bit complicated. Unfortunately, our number 1 NA team could not make it.
EU team.
EU team, so sorry. Wasn't able to make it, so we are going to be going forward with that match instead. And yeah, as far as the game is concerned, I really like having the team play because in the VRML format as well, even though the teams themselves are limited to 2 people, you can have additional people on your roster and swap them in as needed between matches.
Yeah, it's that extra level of team play that's required. Like when me and with the main Blaston event organizer Slow played on a team, if you listen to our comms, you'd see us shouting at each other, blaming each other for our mistakes all the time. Great fun. But also shout out to 24, who is the only player to compete in both the Blaston championships and
VR Paul Savant.
And Ultimex. Yeah, no, he plays less than us and is better than us in every game. It's truly depressing.
Yeah. Well, there's always a great amount of crossover between these games. It's something we love to see in the VR community, especially with all the Echo players who have come over into Blaston and Ultimex, and conversely, all the Blaston players who have started to get more engaged with Echo VR. I feel like Echo VR was a lot of people's first VR game that they picked up. It was definitely one of the first games that I actually played that had that not only team element, but also truly incredible.
Well, that's also what I found really interesting, because I've been playing online games for 15, 20 years now. But VR games, Blaston, Ultimex, Echo, I think are some of the nicest, most inclusive communities where you really do form bonds. Mm-hmm. When I played League, didn't make any friends without other people than the people who I knew before League. But here, like some of my closest friends are from Blaston.
Yeah.
And they're just a fantastic community that was built.
Yeah, a lot of these people I met for the first time in Ozo Lounge. Just loitering in the Ozo, looking for matches. Again, one of the great things about Blaston is that they do have these designated social spaces where you can go and actually meet up with other players, talk, make matches directly from the room, and then get right back into what is essentially a metaverse bar that you can frequent. And now it has 3 floors to it as well.
And that's how you get scammed out of all your coins.
Yeah, there you go. the underground Blaston betting league of coins that
Don't
literally
matter.
don't do anything. But you know what? You give players a metric to measure themselves by, and you end up with a player who has 999,000 coins.
Does he get up to, is
I
that
have
the
no
limit?
idea. I don't know. 24 will have to confirm it later. Oh, actually, Very Hungry Cat might have taken that prize now.
You start off with 100, though. That's the crazy thing. It's not, and like, they don't stack multiplicatively. It's just additive. So I had no idea how they've got the level they have, but it's thousands and thousands of coins through just grinding those Ozo matches with probably children.
Well, and you know, it's always fun to actually put something up against a match, even if it is just imaginary currency that isn't used anywhere else in the game. And it honestly has fostered a lot of relationships. Again, I've met so many people in Ozo Lounge that it's kind of crazy to think of that heading up into an experience like this, where now we're actually getting the opportunity to go out and meet each other in person. Again, the way that VR can bring people together is truly, truly incredible. And you know what? VR Master League is a great organization for organizing specifically those social interactions. I mean, a lot of these teams, especially for the Echo side of things, super tight. They've known each other for a while, even if they've never actually met each other in person. And I mean, they work like clockwork. It's insane.
Yep. No, big shout out to VR Master League. Me and Sloyd have been running the Blaston League for about 2 years now.
2 years
and
now,
they've been really, they kind of gave us everything we needed to get started. So
oh, yeah. Absolutely. If you are looking for an entry point into virtual reality esports, I cannot recommend VR Master League enough. They've got a great system of setting you up and making sure that everything is clear from day one. And honestly, I do feel like it has been a lot of people's introduction to Blaston esports, especially, again, with the crossplay coming over from other games and participating in other communities outside of your own. It's a really unique experience.
Yep. And hopefully we're going to get some more people seeing how fun Blaston is today. And if you haven't signed up, I would suggest doing it.
Yeah, I believe it hasn't been announced, but we're always looking forward to the next season of Blaston VRML and Ultimex VRML. So definitely keep an eye out, because I'm sure that announcement will come shortly after the convention. Yeah, so we're getting ready. We're getting set up here. I think we're just handling some last-minute technical difficulties here. Any other predictions? We can start going into other weapons for sure.
Okay, so I believe that we are going to see. I really
you know what? I'll pose a question to you.
Okay,
if there was one weapon out these weapons and sort of just said blank and then the weapon name, but every weapon outside of a couple in Blaston now have 3 different attachments.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's a bow and arrow which curves.
Yes,
yes.
But specifically the way that you curve it, other weapons in Blaston, you lead your shot, and that's what defines the curve. With Luma, it's actually when you pull it backwards, that is what go ahead and defines the curve for the Luma itself. And I do believe we are starting to get into our first match. Can we hear some hype for Tesseract versus Josie? Incredible stuff here. Oh my gosh, the match was rigged from the start. We're already starting 3-2, my goodness. All right.
Oh, this is a very interesting build from both of them, because this really?
I do not.
that
We'll see.
Okay, so this I do not think is what they have, because firstly, neither of these players matched as LPs. Secondly, I do not believe either of these players are bringing a 0 attachment loadout, which is essentially the starter set.
There you go.
I saw Viper and I was like, wow.
It's a gentleman's agreement.
You know,
we're starting, we got a lot of new players in the audience. We got to make sure that we're showing them the starting builds.
Yeah, no. So this, I do not believe, will be the opening game that we see in terms of builds. If it is, I have a lot to talk about.
For sure.
because it looks bad.
Yes.
Doesn't it look good?
We're going to go ahead and sort that out. We're going to go ahead and, again, shout out VRML Con. Super excited to have y'all be here and hoping to see a lot of you for the after show that's going to be happening tomorrow night at Lucky Strike. Super excited for that. I actually passed by that building today on my way to go pick up some hair products. And it looks super cool, so super excited to see that and get to see you all there as well. Going back to the question that I had asked before, talking about what weapon is going to change the course of this, I am actually going to wager that Raptor Ellipse is going to be that weapon.
That's an easy answer because
It
both
is an
of them
easy
are going to
answer,
bring
and it's
Raptor
also
Ellipse, and
correct.
they're very good at Raptor
It's
Ellipse.
also correct.
That's not good. If you're going in with Raptor Ellipse and that's established, that won't change anything because both will bring it, and it's just execution. That's
Exactly.
a terrible answer to a good
Exactly.
question.
And I think that execution with that weapon is what is going to change the course of everything today.
So your answer is which player plays better will win.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
such a
That
bad
is how it
answer.
works, right? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
I
Come
think
on
the
now.
player with the higher health at the end of the match
There we
will
go.
win.
All right, we're getting our matchup now, folks. These builds are looking a lot better, to be quite honest with you. We have Tesseract out here running Viper Ellipse, the Tank Nova, Fast Tundra, that is the Fast Raptor. What are we calling that Majestic Nade? Did we nail that down?
That's the only Majestic Nade people
The only
use.
Majestic Nade people
It's
use.
the
So we're
only
just going
one
to call
you'd
it
ever
Majestic
bring
Nade.
at this point.
Yep.
It's faster, does more damage, but
Yep.
stays around a little bit less.
Yep. And then Aegis Shield. I do believe we're going to start out with a little bit of a connection round. We could be wrong. We could be in the actual matchup here. We are actually in the matchup here. I believe that they went ahead and did that connection round off screen.
Okay.
So we are getting into it. Josie going ahead and bringing the fast lance, or that's extra damage.
No, that's fast lance.
That
nade.
is fast
It's the only
lance
one he
nade.
did
All
again.
right.
But
There
no,
we
this is. I like this.
Like you were saying, using that Viper left, really trying to get the damage in, especially with the new gun. Just looking for big chunks of damage over time. Tesseract using that Nova to try and defend himself against the Luma. Does duck into that instinct. 1 minute. We're in a minute into the match. Ooh, all right, just going ahead, getting hit with a Tundra right there. What we were talking about before. Oh, unfortunately, that nade hitting the edge of the arena, not going off, instead despawning. Ooh, nice using that Aegis Shield to clear the way from the nade, putting it right-hand side of the stadium. Getting hit again. Tesseract now has the health lead on this matchup. Josie can get it back in the last 30 seconds here. Line of Nova's going out. I think you can try and defend the Josie in here. 10 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Josie getting real aggressive right at the end there.
3, 2, 1.
Interesting to see.
Blast
Whoa! That is some amazing damage on the side. Josie needs a miracle here to pull this one.
All right. And another Tundra shot going through on Josie. And the Viper Ellipse is going to finish it off. Tesseract in 30 seconds going ahead and taking game 1.
Tesseract just putting on a show there, boxing him in that last round, putting him in position to following that easy shot back. That's why he is one of the best Viper Ellipse players in the world. To Josie to the other one.
There we go. All right, I am going into a weapon swap here, so we're going to be coming back with a totally different loadout for both of these players. But yeah, overall, what an incredible match to watch. And like I said, you can see now how fast the game is, how fast these players are actually having to move, and the skill that they need in order to juggle, quite literally, everything that's going on at once.
So tell me, how did the Raptor Ellipse decide that game?
Well, I didn't see a curved Luma either.
Yeah, Josie had it.
Oh, that's true.
So
That's true.
he didn't hit enough shots. That's how the
There
curved
you
Luma's
go.
favourite.
Unfortunately so.
Well, honestly, at the start of that game, I really favoured Josie's loadout. Tess just executed, well, better, definitely in the second round. He just got a really good early start, managed to keep it, put Josie in a tight spot. And, it's really hard, even at the top level, when you are down 75% HP against someone who's full HP in the first 10 seconds, and you're like, I'm going to have to just dig so deep in order to beat someone who normally is decided by about maybe 10% health tops.
Right.
So
that having that mental toughness, especially as you start to get tired. I mean, there's the reason why we have best of 7 sets instead of something just like a best of 3, because as you see these players go throughout this set, you're going to see that become more and more of a factor, especially when, split-second decision-making, being able to recognize a Viper bullet coming towards you and effectively dodge it is so important to staying alive in the matchup.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide. What I'd like to see is both players just go double Viper because, it's probably not the best build. It's really fun to watch. This is what I'm recommending. Do a fun build for us to watch. Don't care about this is probably the biggest tournament that you're competing in.
But yeah, and also from Tessa's side, we talked a little bit about that Tank Nova. Now you guys know what you're looking for, those big purple bullets, being able to absorb a lot of damage, acting essentially like a moving shield towards your opponent, but also in some cases forcing Josie backwards onto his podium and allowing Tess a little bit more room to set up with their build.
The thing is, it's really effective in the modern meta because it's so good at blocking out straight Luma, so bow and arrow which doesn't curve. But against curve Luma, as a curve Luma player, I think curve Luma is actually quite favoured because you just bend the shots around it. So really Tess's primary use there was just using it as setup, trying to block Josie into a part of the podium so he can follow up with that Viper Ellipse. I would like to see Josie pull out a Viper Ellipse, if nothing more than to try and show that he also is competing for that title of the #1 Viper Ellipse player. Because they're both such interesting Viper Ellipse players to watch, and they play them in very different ways.
There you go.
Tess is just a master at landing those really fast, really deadly accurate curves, which just hit you in a second. Whereas Josie has some really interesting shots where he will pull it back really slowly, and you have a really slow, wide curve, which is a really nice setup, which makes the opponent try and look where the bullet's going to come from, get them off guard, and then follow up with another one, almost setting up a Viper Ellipse shot into a Viper Ellipse.
There we go. And I do believe we are going into round 2 here.
Yeah.
Don't trust the scores. Right now it is 1-0 Tesseract to Josie. What weapon changes are we seeing here, Cap?
We're seeing a Hammer Ellipse instead of a Viper Ellipse in Tesseract, which is, I would not have recommended any of these, to be honest.
Well, and that's why you're not here, Cap.
Yeah, that's fair. No.
There you go, the skill. But yeah, running that fast Hammer Ellipse, which not only increases the speed of the bullets, but actually changes their spread to be a little bit more condensed. So, in past seasons, that has been a weapon that has been used specifically for its spread and its ability to really, flood the arena with bullets from every single direction. And here it's being used as more of a precision weapon as these players are going into this round 2.
But Tesseract's also taken a page out of Josie's book, and he's brought that fast lance nade too. He basically saw that was doing damage against me round 1. I'm going to bring it, do the same problems for you.
There we go. All right. Just going ahead, keeping Josie on his toes with the Tundra there. Josie going ahead. Nice drop block, but Tesseract still manages to get hit by the Luma there.
It's a tricky weapon to dodge.
And the instant proc lance nade also doing just a tiny bit of damage. Tesseract has their weapons off of cooldown now. Starting to fire back, starting to put that pressure back onto Josie.
Well, he doesn't have many weapons. He's just down to his last nade there.
Ooh, all right. Josie getting zapped just a tiny bit by that lance nade in the last 30 seconds here.
Tesseract's really got to pull something out of the bag here. He's got to do pretty much as much damage that he's done to Josie all game.
There we go.
And more.
We're seeing that audio proc and out of bounds damage, doing 17 additional damage to Tesseract. 15 seconds left on the clock. Josie's not taking any risks, using that shield, trying to just make sure that he doesn't get hit by anything.
I don't really think Tess has got the damage to make it in this round. I think this is round over, unfortunately.
There we are. Josie going ahead and taking round 1. Great comeback there from Josie.
Well, personally, I don't like this Raptor Ellipse. This Hammer Ellipse, sorry. Love the Raptor Ellipse. Not going to go against that in any build. I think it's just too much setup in the current meta.
There you go. Well, yeah, we'll see, too, because a lot of these weapons, too, are very, very low cooldown. You know, that Hammer Ellipse is pretty heavy, and I believe 6 seconds, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
While everything else, you know, now with Viper being at 4 seconds, the Tundra being at 4 seconds.
Yeah, the most expensive weapon Josie has is a 4-second cooldown.
There you go. Yeah, allowing him to be a little bit more active, allowing him to keep that constant pressure. And, you know, pressure isn't just good for offense. It also ensures that your opponent doesn't get the setup, the positioning that they need in order to fire off their weapons.
Tessa's doing a very good job. You know?
I was about to say, first 45 seconds, Tess hasn't taken a single point of damage as of yet.
Yeah. He's doing very well.
Yep. Josie going ahead and baiting out. Ooh, there we go. The curve Luma managing to hit there from Josie. He still has it in hand, and you can see how he's using weapons alongside of it, juggling them up in the air so he can pull the bowstring back on that Luma and keep it in cycling. Last minute here, Josie going ahead and using that Aegis shield, trying clearing up some bullets, trying to give himself some room. Tesseract going ahead and getting hit by a Raptor Ellipse bullet. It's going to make it a little bit closer into the last 45 seconds here.
Some good damage from the avalanche nade. Josie needs to land one of these. Well, he needs to land a Luma to get back in this, I think.
Yep. Well, they're pretty close right now. A Luma difference is not too much in the last 30 seconds here. That Raptor Ellipse again, going ahead, putting some additional pressure on. Oh, and goes ahead and catches the nade, fires it back at Tess, taking just a little bit of damage. Oh, there we go. 15 seconds left on the clock. Ooh.
Tess needs to watch out for that.
That's such good placement.
Yeah.
Josie just needs a way to push him into it.
Oh, such a close
5 seconds left on the clock.
I don't know if he's got it, but...
Ooh, the return to sender. Oh, and Tesseract is going to go ahead and take round 2. We're heading into a round 3 in this matchup, folks.
Well, I said it was going to be close games.
There you go.
Always surprised by how close they are.
By weapon throw damage, We're used to it at this point, folks. There we go. Again, you're seeing Josie going ahead. There we go. Oh, no! Tesseract getting hit twice with that Tundra. All right, you can see he's trying to use that Tundra to just get rid of the nades at this point. Such a risky move, but...
Well, not when you're that good a player.
Ooh, all right, and Josie managing to land that curve Luma. First 30 seconds, we're already seeing a lot of damage come out on Tesseract. Oh, no. There we go. Ooh, all right, Josie going ahead and getting hit by another Tundra, sending out that Aegis shield. Doesn't want to see it at all.
I think Tess has got time, but you know he can't get hit by another Luma shot.
No, he cannot. No, he cannot. Going ahead, that instant proc lance. Again, putting just immediate pressure on your opponent, immediately fencing off the podium. Ooh, dipping and dodging underneath in the last minute. Tess is still holding on. There's still a chance here, folks. There's still a chance.
Let's see.
Ooh, all right, a lot of stuff coming towards Josie. The full combo. He manages to drop block the Tundra that was heading towards him. And now it's his turn to fire back. Tessin taking a little bit more damage from that lance. 40 seconds left on the clock. Ooh, all right, nice bait out there by Josie. Ducking into the way, proccing the auto aim of the nade, and then moving to the other side of the podium. Does get hit. Ooh, all right. He has that lance nade at the ready.
Has to go pretty aggressive here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if he doesn't land, like, at this point, he's got to sacrifice defense for offense because he needs to land damage, otherwise he loses.
Yep. Oh, and with the Tundra, Josie is going to go ahead and bring us to a 1-1 set. Excellently played.
It was, I mean, round 2 was very well played with the Hammer Ellipse. I think that a Luma is, you know, 2/3 of the cooldown and provides so much more pressure in that build.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when it comes to the spread too, again, you know, at its core, Blaston is a bullet hell game, and the ability to swarm your opponent's podium with a lot of different bullets from different directions. But like you said, there are other tools that we can now use in order to get that nailed down. Another thing that I'm realizing too is that this is not only the first time that all of us are together in the same room playing this, but this is also the first time that these two can't mute us.
Yeah, they've got to listen to my
They have to listen to our commentary
opinions
in real time. So
play double Vipers, guys.
There you go.
Cool.
It's going to be a double Viper exhibition match for the rest of the day.
Just did not look happy when I said play double Vipers. I cannot blame him.
But there you go. But you were absolutely correct there. That curve Luma being used by Josie, in fighting games, it's talked about a lot, the idea of break points. You have 100 health in Blaston, and a Viper does 30 damage. But a Luma, which is much faster, does 20 damage. So in a way, it's balanced. But you still have to hit 4 shots with a Viper in order to fully deplete your opponent's health bar. 5 shots with a Luma can sometimes be easier to do, especially when you're comboing it together with the Tundra, which not only does 20 damage, but now is also blinding your opponent as well, and just further adding confusion to everything that is going on. So we're going into another weapon swap. I'll make my prediction right off the bat. I don't want to influence these players too much.
They will not listen to you.
They won't listen to me. Yeah, exactly. I'm not that good. I'm not that good. I'm not that guy.
If you predict what they want to bring, they'll change.
There you go. Well, I do think that it's quite possible that we see the return of Tank Nova. I think that gave Tess a lot of room, but I also think that Tess might meet Josie at their cooldown level as well. Again, Josie was running a very aggressive, very low cooldown build, especially with a 4-second nade and a 3-second nade. And we actually, we haven't seen any hammer nades at all yet.
Or Nova nades.
Or Nova nades.
But I think these two know that the other one can dodge a Nova nade at this point. At the start of the season, everyone was getting really caught out by it. But it's, when you know your opponent's really good, then you can't bring normal hub stomping.
and that's a good way of describing it too, because experienced Blaston players know that how you deal with nades is you want to go to one side of your podium, wait for the audio cue that tells you that nade has popped, and then duck to the other side of your podium to bait the auto aiming of the grenade. And
you're very predictable. Then your opponent can try and build around you. That's why we see a lot of players who are very good in queue, who always bring the same loadout, just fall apart in competitive matches because the opponent can just build around what they know they're going to face and counter it.
Yeah.
But because these two can pretty much play anything and play it better than people who play it all day, they've got so much width in terms of their play style.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same idea behind not doing a perfect chess opening. If you do a perfect chess opening, that's probably what your opponent has played against the most, and they know how to play around it. If you introduce just a tiny bit of unpredictability in your build, not only is that going to mess your opponent up on the build screen, but it's also going to mess up your opponent when they're in-game, and now all of a sudden they have to play around tech that they aren't used to.
Mate, I've seen you play chess.
Listen, I'm very good at watching chess. I will say that right off the bat. I love watching chess. I haven't learned a single thing from watching all the chess that I have.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I know. There you go. But yeah, I do hear the sounds of the game going on in the background, so I do believe that we're doing our connection round, making sure that these two players' connections are good to go. So we should be getting into our round 3 shortly. Super hype.
Yeah, so I think that from Tess we'll probably see a bit more of a precision weapon, because the only precision, offensive weapon he had in the last game was Tundra, which I really feel fits in with the Raptor Elite Tundra combo and just subs for the fast Raptor.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see either a Luma, maybe even a curve Luma, because I know he's been practicing that, or a Viper Ellipse on the top. Because, well, a Viper Ellipse, as I keep saying, in either of these players' hands is like a different beast of weapon.
Deadly, yeah. Not to mention, too, that these players have been playing with that Viper Ellipse now for 3 years. They have a ton of experience, a ton of equity put into that weapon to be able to use it as effectively as physically possible.
I mean, when I play, I've played Viper Ellipse in pretty much every game I played for about 2 years. And these two players are the players which, when I played them, I was like, oh no, I'm terrible with the weapon. They're that much better. I thought I was good. No, it was just, and I just want to see them play Viper Ellipse. It's so satisfying.
Yeah. And what do you think about straight Viper? I mean, something that got introduced in this update was a significant buff to bounce Viper, that allowed 2 bounces instead of 1.
I think I'm the best bounce viper player in the world. And I
Oh,
will
there you
stand
go.
by that.
There you
But-
go. You heard it here, folks. If anyone wants to challenge him on that front, we will be around tomorrow in the free play area, so you can absolutely kick our butts as much as you'd like. But yeah, you know, and I'm a bit surprised that a lot of players still don't bring bounce viper.
Because no, I do not think that viper. And honestly, it's really hard to make viper work. There's very few players at very top level of competition which can make it work. Hungry Cat brings it, and he's the best Blaston player in the world, but he's not at these best levels. It's kind of a meme we have. And he has a very specific build built around it. I bring it so I can roll my arms and do my windmill with double vipers. But, at the top level, because it's a very linear gun. If you shoot it, it goes straight. It doesn't go fast enough to make it undodgeable like Tundra or Luma are. So it's an easy weapon to counter. You just stand at the back of your podium. And Bounce Viper is harder to counter, but it's not good enough. It's so easily drop blocked because it's got really low collision and it's got really low HP that I don't think this is a consideration for either player.
Yeah, especially when you do have weapons now like the Luma, like the Tundra, that are much faster, can't as easily be drop blocked. You could make the argument for the Tundra. Tundra is fairly easily drop blocked, but those projectiles are moving so quick towards your opponent, you know, you don't even have to worry about hitting them from behind if you just hit them outright.
But also the thing to think about is that no one, like, they will not put the time into learning Bounce Viper. But funnily enough, that's why whenever I play them, I always bring it, because I know they are not practiced. So what I'd like to see from one of the players, if it starts going against them, just start playing unorthodox. Bring a weird build your opponent's not expecting and try and catch them out. And we saw that in the VRML regional finals when 24 brought Bunker, which is a terrible weapon. I will stand by this. Everyone keeps on telling me, no, it's really good for certain players who know how to play it well. It's awful.
Well,
30 seconds for a giant wall. It's terrible.
And since we're on the topic of shields, let's just dip a little bit and talk about Aegis Shield, because we've seen a lot of Aegis Shield, and it fades into the background for us. But for those of you who may be seeing Blaston for the first time, might not realize this is a 3-second shield. Basically, as soon as you proc it, it starts really quickly depleting in health. So, you know, they're really trying to use this to essentially parry as much as they possibly can. And, you know, the timing of using that shield is super, super important. But we are getting into Game 3 of our finals here.
Okay, so we're going to see a
Blaston.
pretty much pure meta from Josie. From Tesseract, we're going to have it's fairly meta. They've both got curve Luma, so let's see how both can do it. But we're going to have a Hammerade and Hammer Ellipse. And just those two weapons alone are going to create a huge amount of pellets just to overwhelm Josie's play space.
Very nice use of the shield there from Tesseract, taking out all of those Raptor bullets, as well as the Tundra that was coming through from Josie. And yeah, like you said, Cap, I guess your prediction is paying off. You know, these players bringing that curved Luma, such a cheap weapon for the damage that it does, and the fact that you can get that curve on it, so good. 10 damage coming through from Josie. It's not much, but every point of damage is going to matter every single match today. So really important.
But I like these builds. Well, I like this build from Tess a lot more here. I think if we can execute it, I mean, Josie's build is very meta. It's considered one of the best. So they execute well skill, but
Tess getting zapped there by the instant proc Lance nade just a little bit. Heading into last minute, though, both these players looking very, very, very healthy.
I think Josie's got a very minor advantage, but like any pellet's going to do that. Josie just took a pellet. Yeah. Tess got a minor advantage.
Well, and hey, you know what? And check out the combo that Josie's using, essentially firing off that Tundra.
Oh.
Ooh! That Tundra and the Luma at the same time, but gets hit by a Luma bullet there. Heading into the last 30 seconds.
Oh, that's a good combo, yeah.
Gets it back.
I mean, that's also what the Lance Nade does. Tundra, the Lance Nade, they force you to dodge one way. The moment you dodge, he just picks up the Luma, gets a shot, and it's very hard to dodge.
Little bit of poke damage coming through there on the Hammer Nade against Josie. That is going to give Tesseract the health lead here in the last 20 seconds. Double nades are ready to go from Josie's side. Oh no, he gets hit by another Luma shot, but the Zappening coming out on Tesseract. 10 seconds left on the clock. Josie does have that curve Luma. He does manage to do it, but it's not enough. Is he going to be able to land that Tundra or another Luma shot?
So
Tesseract manages to step back from that one. And the weapon throw damage is still going to go to Tesseract for round 1. That weapon throw damage making that so close. Both of those players just on the very verge of being in the red, which I believe is 20 damage.
Lovely matchup. He's hitting them with wide curves at the back of the podium. That's what you love to see.
Yep, 6 damage coming out there from Tesseract onto Josie. Actually, I think 2 of those pellets hit for 12 damage. There you go, 18 damage coming out. That spread hammer nade is a bit of a hefty pick. It is going to make Tess's cooldowns a little bit longer, but it's such a good weapon for doing poke damage, and I believe that's why he's brought it. Going back to Blaston roots, trying to bring that bullet hell build in, trying not to give Josie any options when it comes to where he can move on his podium. There we go. All right, Josie just sending out those tundras, trying to keep Tess on his feet.
You see the Tess wait until the hammer nade spawns, and then before shooting, so Josie has to choose between the hammer nade and the Luna as to which one to dodge.
Yeah, and you can see right there too, actually, he did go ahead and use the egg as shield to drop block one of those pellets that was going towards him. Even the weapon handles are being used in these matchups, folks. It's that close.
Yeah, well, those weapon handles, you put them in front of the Luna, it's going to save you 20 damage, so you're going to hold on to them if you can.
Yep. Another 8 damage coming through on Josie, just pokes. Pretty big poke coming back from that Raptor Ellipse. Stepping out of the way of that Luma. Very nice movement here from Josie. He knows exactly where he wants to be on the podium at any given time.
Oh, that's also podium position. At the back, you've got longer to dodge shots because they take longer to reach you.
Yep.
At the front, your opponent's got less time to dodge shots, so aggression at the front.
Ooh, very nice from Josie there, dodging through that Raptor Ellipse, really finding his keyhole and going right through it. The Tundra and the Luma. Big 20 damage coming out on Josie here in the last 13 seconds. He does have to hit a lot here. Hammer nade comes out, even more poke damage from Tess's side. 5 seconds left on the clock. He's got to have a miracle come out here. Ooh, and there was a couple shots. He had the Luma at the ready, but Tesseract is going to go ahead and take game 3.
That is 2 games to 1 to Tesseract.
2 games to 1 to Tesseract. There we go, and yeah.
So don't go anywhere because this game is popping. I'm loving this game.
This game is popping so far. Yeah, really incredible. And again, you know, being able to see these players not only at the top of their game, but also in person is really, truly incredible. And I'm already seeing new tech that I hope to take with me in my future games. But yep, we're going to go ahead and take a quick timeout. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I think if we're...
Are we going anywhere?
I think we're staying here. We're staying here. Well, that's a cool skin. It's set in the show schedule, best of 7. But the graphic does say that. You're not going crazy. We should ask for that. I don't want to say it on the mics because now they're hot mics. But if you can go up there and ask them about that, and then also just mention that up here Oh, we're not on hotline. We're not on hotline. Oh, well, you're on hotline.
Well, yeah. They don't wanna hear from you. This is the way it's said done. Leave it no time to talk.
All right, production, feel free to give us that. All right, and if you're talking to us through here, we can't hear you. Welcome back, everybody. Day one of VRML Con, our Blaston matchup between Tesseract and Josie. We are heading into a game 4.
So, just to be clear, everyone, this is a best-of-5 series.
Yes.
And
Yes.
this is set point for Tesseract.
Yes.
So Josie needs to win the next 2 games to advance into the finals. And Tess just needs to win 1 more game in order to secure that final spot against the winner of 24 and Monteban will have coming up after this match.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen some pretty incredible gameplay so far. Again, for all of you who haven't seen Blaston, this is your first time. Absolutely great first match to be watching here because it really has been peak gameplay from both of these people, both of these players who we've known for so long, and we've seen this matchup about 1,000,000 times before. But yeah, you know, as far as the weapons that we've really been seeing, that Curve Luma, like you said, really deciding matches, especially how Josie's using it in combination with the Tundra. Obviously, you know, Tesseract right now is on set point. So we are getting into that matchup. Everything is on the line here as far as heading forward, but we will still see our third place matchup today, no matter what. So
either way, these players will be playing another game. It's just to be deciding whether they get to 3rd place or whether they get to 1st place. I think we all know which one they're going to look towards playing.
Yep. Yeah, and especially talking about that 3rd place round, you know, either way it goes, it's super, super interesting. But you know, I've known Josie as someone who gets better as these sets go along. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a comeback here. I wouldn't be surprised if we went up until a game 5, honestly, for every single matchup today.
Yeah, and I know Tess as a player who gets better when he gets angry. So hopefully he's really upset right now.
There you go. I mean, you know, it's funny, but yeah, that's another thing. Again, the mental component when it comes to a lot of these VR games. Just like in-person sports, right? Your attitude can change how you play. And when everything is so physical, you know, you're not just typing onto a keyboard, even small changes in your attitude can make huge differences in game.
I mean, you saw my attempt to get here. I changed how I looked like to try and upset my opponent, and I won the game.
Yeah.
Don't know if it helped. But, you know, mental game is such a big part of this as well.
All right, there we go. We are getting right into our match 4.
We see the Super Majestic.
Oh, my goodness, folks. The Super Majestic is on the field. Josie also going ahead and bringing out that fast Nova nade that we talked about earlier. Going to be doing 20 damage on pop, a very fast-moving and very high-priority projectile for Josie. As we get into our 4th match here, Tesseract taking a little bit of damage right at the beginning of the round. Popping that Aegis shield, trying to make sure to destroy any of those nades. Doesn't even want to take the chance when it comes to those nades.
Now I'm gonna say something here. I think Josie's loadout is a better loadout, but I think Tesseract's much more fun to watch. The Viper Ellipse, we've got Super Majestic, you know. But I think Tesseract is one of probably the best Super Majestic player I know of. He can really make that weapon work to him. It's a 10-second cooldown for a huge orb of damage.
Yep.
Which just does incredible damage.
And if you're going to bring out a new weapon, you might as well bring it out in Game 4, knowing that you always do have that balance of that additional game just in case things go wrong. Getting here into the last 45 seconds, it is still very, very close on the health bars. Both these players keeping it clean. Tesseract pulls out that Super Majestic, putting the pressure on Josie, does manage to get a Raptor shot through. Ooh, and Tesseract not taking damage from the Nova Nade, but I believe that was from the Luma, or was that from the... It was something that did 20 damage. That's the only thing on Josie's build that can do that. Ooh! Big damage coming through on Josie in the last 20 seconds here.
I hate to say it, but I think that was the Raptor Ellipse.
That was a Raptor Ellipse. I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Hold that Luma to stop Josie having that damage available in the last 15 seconds. Because that's what he's scared of. As long as he's holding it, it won't spawn back for Josie. So Josie's only really got this Nova Nade to make work, and he doesn't. And Tesseract takes round 1. Game 4, that's 1 round away for Tesseract to end up in the finals, and he's running Super Majestic.
Well, I don't know. It's not a surprising choice, to be honest with you. We've seen players using it to great success in matches past.
Massively surprising choice. It's like, nothing would have made me predict
There you
this.
go. Ooh, all right, Josie taking a little bit of zap damage, doing a good job of ducking underneath. That Raptor does get hit with a Raptor Ellipse shot. Nice 10 damage as he gets some of his weapons off a cooldown and is able to fire back. There we go.
You know, Tess told me in the break that he had a surprise planned, and there's nothing. I would have never guessed this.
There you
knowing
go.
there was a surprise. Oh,
All
those
right.
Vipers are so lethal, but
Yep.
Josie
That
did it.
Aegis shield coming out for Josie, protecting him against those Viper shots as he goes in with those double Raptors. Really just trying to keep short cooldown weapons on cycle as much as physically possible, keeping that pressure on Tesseract. That way he can't get to the front of his podium and use that Super Majestic to its full effectiveness. Ooh, all right, but he is going to do exactly that. Gets it right in the middle of Josie's podium. Josie's pushed over to the corner, manages to get up. Nova Nade comes out. Tesseract manages to get out of the way. And overall, in the last minute or so, we haven't seen a lot of damage come out from either one of these two.
I mean, Josie's got to land those Lumas.
Yep.
And Tess has got to dodge them. That's the aim of the game here. The Super Majestic seems like the big thing, but those Lumas are what's going to do the damage.
Ooh, all right, there we go. Using that Aegis shield, doesn't even want to have to worry about it.
Oh.
Very nice. Tesseract
Oh,
jumping
he
back.
just catches him just with a point-blank Super Majestic.
There we go. Ooh, all right, another Raptor Ellipse shot coming out on Josie.
Josie's in a bad position. He's got 20 seconds to do.
Oh,
so much
no, and the
damage.
Viper shot coming through onto Josie. 15 seconds left
You know,
on the clock.
When I said earlier that you want to play something they're not used to, this is it.
Yep.
Josie does not have enough damage, I think, to land enough to win.
Yep. We're going to see, though, last 5 seconds, Josie taking the zap damage, and Tesseract is the winner.
What a game from both players. Both players played amazingly.
Amazingly.
Truly
Really
great
fantastic.
to Blaston.
Really incredible to see.
Very well played, both to Josie and to Tesseract. I could not have asked for more from that game, or maybe one more game. But I think everyone could see, very close. Both players played amazingly, and we got to see Super Majestic in the final game.
And the level of movement that's required to get to this level. I mean, really being able to, at a second's notice, drop down onto the floor in order to get around the combination of the Super Majestic and the Majestic Nade. I mean, really incredible body control from both these players, incredible use of the weaponries and the mechanics in the game.
Can we just get a round of applause for our players?
Yes, please, a round of applause for our players for giving us an excellent show.
Okay, so that's the first Fabble player to the finals.
There you go. That's the first part of the prediction down. There you go. So we'll have to see where it goes into the second match. But yeah, I mean, going back to what we were talking about heading into this matchup, right? You had made the prediction that, oh, we're going ahead, we're cutting it. All right, folks, it seems we're going to go ahead into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
See you guys soon.
We're still on? Oh, we're still on.
They'll figure it out. We'll get it. Here we go. Oh! Hello, everybody. Thank you for attending VRML Con 2023. It's been a long time coming, but we are here. We have a lot of giveaways that we are doing this afternoon. We are doing 2 giveaways for the HyperX Pulsefire Haste mouse right now. You should have received a raffle ticket at some point in time. And I think I have the winning code here. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. There's someone out there. Princess, is this the winning code right here? Okay. But I only have one. Well, we can do the first key. We can do the first one right now. Get your raffle tickets out for the first Pulsefire Haste 04354060. You can come up here to stage. Again, that's 04354060. All right, if you don't come up here, we're pulling another one. The next ticket, 04354241. You're out here somewhere. There's free hardware on this up here, unless I'm giving out the wrong tickets. I'll read the first one again. 04354060. All right. Maybe we don't have any winning tickets up here. We'll figure it out. Anyway, I appreciate you all hanging out here. We will have our next game up live on stage soon. We will sort the giveaways, I promise.
back. Welcome back, everybody, to VRML Con. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Welcome back, everybody, to VRML Con. How we doing out there? Woo! All right, we're working on some audio issues, so now I just got to use my loud voice for everybody until we get back. And there we are.
I do not have a loud voice. You're on your own. My voice is dying.
But as always, I am your host, Dr. Oolong, joined by Captain Fabulous. We got through our first match of the evening just a couple minutes ago with Tesseract moving forward in our bracket. We are now moving on to Monty versus 24. Again, the Poly Savant of VR Gaming versus Monty, who really got his start last season in VRML, and since then has just come to absolutely dominate a lot of games in the EU region.
Well, it was last finals for VRML in which I stated that the next top player who's going to win a tournament was going to be Monty Ban, because he's got that potential, he puts in that work. However, the player who won that championship, who won VRML Season 1, was 24.
There you go.
So I think that the bookie's favorite probably is 24. Unfortunately. But I think that Monty Ban is a player who's just got stronger and stronger. He's by far the newest player of any players playing, but he has just risen to just such dominance against people outside the top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is saying something, because in these sorts of games, I'm sure everyone here knows it because we're all in virtual reality gaming either way, but very commonly you have a group of players that end up on top, and then everyone else is just kind of there to be the other 12 people in the tournament. And Monty has been one of those players who has absolutely shattered that glass ceiling and gone through to the top 3 in a lot of recent tournaments.
Well, the thing is, like, the other top players who don't hit that upper echelon, a year ago we were all saying, wow, Monty's starting to beat me, and then he just never stopped getting better. The thing I say about this player is he is always improving. He is always getting better, and I haven't seen his limit yet. And last season, in VRML Season 1 finals, Monty got 2 games against 24 in the best of 5 match that they had. And Monty, for a long time, was one of the few people who was going to be considered someone who might be able to beat 24.
Yeah.
So this would be a fantastic match to watch.
Yep. And on the other side, 24, I always make the joke that when 24 dodges, it's like he's literally just skating along the ground, because he just keeps his nose to the ground and manages to get around absolutely everything. Obviously, we're going to be seeing him later on today in Ultimex either way, but super excited, another long-standing player. And, you know, it's a really exciting matchup seeing both of these players who are sort of the respective representatives of their region playing off, just like how we saw Josie and Tesseract. I
mean, I'm just excited to see 24 dodging live. Because 24 fabled as the best dodger in Blaston. Is that true? Yes, it is. He's amazing at dodging. And he just gets so low to the floor. It is a bit of a different experience for him here because he's playing on hardwood floors. I think he's used to playing on carpet, but I'm sure he'll be able to overcome that with no problem.
All right, folks, and I believe that means that we're getting into our match. Can we hear some hype for these players? There we go. All right.
Okay.
Right off the bat. Look at what 24 brought.
He's brought bunker. I called
it
again.
He brought bunker. He called it again. At this point, I'm going to start going you for all of my tarot readings, because you can see the future, apparently.
Just in Blaston.
There you go, just when it comes to Blaston.
Yeah.
But there we go. Also running a Wildcat attachment that we don't frequently see. This is going to have a bit of an initial velocity to the bullets, and then they're just going to kind of spread like you can see there. So turning what is usually very much so a single focus weapon into something that's a little bit more AoE. Monty, on the other hand, is bringing that fast Tundra, that Raptor Ellipse that we saw earlier, that Majestic Nade we saw earlier, also running the fast Raptor and the base Hammer Ellipse, which could be good against that bunker. That bunker could really be shutting him down, so we will just have to see as we get into this first match. Monty has a pretty good lead so far on health heading into this first minute. And you love to see double bunkers going down. The Raptor Ellipse is going around, still managing to get off damage on 24.
Yeah, I mean, both these players, very experienced with Hammer Ellipse. And Monty's just got a build which most of it does do damage, which can go around this bunker shield. Once again, proving my point, bunker's not a good weapon.
Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. 24, though, getting some damage out with that Raptor. The thing about having 2 shields on your build is that it really reduces your offensive capability. So he's going to have to make his Raptor and Raptor Ellipse count alongside that Curved Luma and that Wildcat. There we go. Aegis shield going out. Doesn't manage to get the nade. Monty does manage to take some damage from that Wildcat. And we're seeing some brief juggling there from Monty. I swear, these players make it look so easy you forget that that technique was only invented like a year and a half ago.
Yeah. I mean, it probably looks easy to people who don't play, but trust me, if you try and juggle, you're not used to it.
Oh, yeah.
Like me, I drop it every single game. 5 seconds left. 24 needs a lot of damage. I don't know if he's got it in the tank.
Oh, and that Aegis shield going ahead, making it easy for Monty Band to remove that damage from the field and take round 1.
Very well played from Monty. Very well played from 24, but Monty just does not seem to be struggling with this bunker the same way other really impressive players have in the past.
Yeah. Yep, there you go. And again, the offensive capabilities when you have 2 of your weapon slots dedicated to shields. He's really got to make it count. He's really got to get the ideal setup with that Wildcat and then go in with a high damage Luma and try and get some room back.
The thing is, the trouble with Hammer Ellipse is it's really hard to shoot under pressure. But I'd say if one player can do it, it's going to be Monty.
Yeah.
Because they had the
24 taking an absolute ton of damage as the Majestic nade came down there. He's trying to fire off that Luma, but without much setup. He's not managing to nail Monty down. Monty just too good at dodging. There we go again, making it look so easy to juggle those weapons and still keep the offensive going. Okay, 24 taking another Raptor shot. That Raptor Ellipse, those 10 damage bullets add up over time. And there we go, 24 managing to get his 10 damage bullet back on Monty Band, heading into the last minute here.
Monty just looks in control of this game. It looks like he knows what he's doing, and 24 struggling to find answers.
There you go. Another thing, too, is that bunker is going to be able to block vision of those Lumas as Monty Band goes in.
Monty going for a nade toss there to try and finish this off, but that's literally all it is. You know,
trying to finish it off with a weapon throw on stage. Come on, can he do it, folks? 1 nade throw away, that's all we need. Ooh, tries to get, and he does manage to get it from the ceiling. My goodness.
What an opening game from Monty.
Oh my God.
It should be noted that 24 is the best curved Luma player in the world.
That's true.
And Monty just did not struggle at dodging those things. Every other player here today, every other player that plays Blaston cannot dodge 24's curved Lumas like Monty just did.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you were saying during that matchup, a big thing too with the Hammer Ellipse is that it is a fantastic weapon, but any disruption during that combo, you essentially want to put down layers of bullets as you're going forward towards your opponent, and then follow it up with some high damage weaponry. If you have pressure coming back towards you, it is very, very, very difficult to get that ideal setup and be able to get that off.
But what I was going to say is that out of all the players, when Monty first started getting good, people used to say he could only play one build because he only played Hammer Ellipse, okay? That's obviously not true. Monty probably plays more builds than anyone else. He plays the most varied, diverse weapon sets out of all the players because he plays it all the time and he makes it look fun. But he's played that weapon so much, I think he just understands how to set it up even while getting counter-pressured. These are also considered the 2 players who have the most best dodging style.
Yeah.
Both of these players, their style of play is really focused about just not taking damage. 24 will get low, he'll kind of roll around the floor like, I think we've called him a spider monkey, which sounds more offensive than it is. We say it out of love, we're really impressed. But Monty, Monty's such a style of dodging is so much that he will throw full weapons, have them be destroyed to stop like 10 damage.
Yeah.
Because he will value saving health over anything else.
Yeah, and honestly, when 24 collapsed to the ground after he got hit in the noggin with the nade there, I did actually have to turn around and see, because I always see him pull that sort of move, and I was like, ooh, I want to see what that looks like in real life. But yeah, and you know, that bunker barrier that we saw come out from 24 is a very interesting niche weapon to be bringing out. Not only because it's obviously a big target for your opponent to hit, probably its biggest weakness is that you can't move it once you put it down and the cooldown, but also the fact that the handle can be thrown out to get rid of nades, which we have seen 24 develop about 15 different ways of taking out a nade, with two raptors, with 2 weapon throws, with the bunker. Exactly. So, you know, it is still interesting tech. But combined together with the rest of his build, he wasn't really ever able to get to a point where the shield was up and he was managing to still get the pressure that he needed in order to prevent Monty from getting that positioning that he needed in order to use the hammer ellipse.
Well, here's the thing. I was talking to some of the other players here about how do you deal with 24's loadout? How do you deal with that curve loomer? How do you deal with the bunker? What do you do to try and counter it? And in all of the things, I was kind of saying maybe you could do this. This build from Monty, nothing. It's like the build I'd say, do not bring this. Your main precision weapon is Tundra, which just shoots straight. You know, he's doing all of this damage around the bunker with hammer ellipse, but mainly it's Raptor ellipse.
Was that Raptor ellipse?
Just one match too early with your prediction.
There you go. It's all right, but we're getting into this matchup, so we are going to see how this works. We do see 24 taking off that bunker barrier, probably the best choice, but honestly keeping the rest of his build basically the same, just swapping it out for a Majestic Nade, and all of a sudden now 24 has gone from a pretty high cooldown build to a super aggressive low cooldown build.
Yep. I think this build's going to serve him a lot better. I think it's also probably do a lot better against Monty's build, just because, you know, while Monty is probably the best player to do hammer clamps under pressure.
Oh! What happened there?
Still going to give crushing.
Uh-oh. All right, we got a little bit of technical difficulties there, folks. What you saw happen was 24 glitched and took some out-of-bounds damage, even though he was in the center of his podium. So we're going to go ahead and recalibrate and get started. Get back in.
Yeah.
But you know what? I will say, just on that topic, I do love how in this community, we don't really have to struggle about whether or not those sorts of things happen. We know when stuff's going on, and we're pretty quick to make those short little gentlemen's people together, especially over the past couple years, as we haven't been able to do events like this. And yeah, all 4 of the players who came here today are all pillars of the community, all very well known and very well respected in the community, not only for their skill, but also for their attitude towards the game. So, well, you know, serious props up.
I mean, me and you came, so that's not...
Oh, yeah, well, but we're behind the casting desk. We're allowed to be a little bit sassy, aren't we? But yep, loading back up into this game. Again, very interested to see that hyper-aggression loadout coming out from 24. I think this is where they thrive, personally.
It's not hyper-aggression. That is the meta loadout, but with a Wildcat instead of a nade.
Yeah.
The Wildcat's just there for setup. It just paints a big cloud of bullets. It's like essentially a cheap hammer nade, which you've got to shoot forward.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a really good point, honestly, as far as putting down quick AoE. You can even compare it to something like the Charge Hammer, which we don't see much anymore because of the nerf, but in the last season, using the Charged Hammer but not charging it up was a way to put a lot of slow bullets down on the field, send it towards your opponent, and then use that as your AoE setup to follow up with other things, also at a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah. No, the Charge Hammer, we have seen a massive drop-off in that weapon, but I think it's still a really well-balanced weapon. Just doesn't fit in with the current distraction loadout because it's more about setup, though it is good for nade denial and counter pressure. So it's a very versatile weapon, but when the meta is geared towards the distraction, you know, get them to look the other way and hit them with the Luma, unless you want to include weapons geared to that playstyle.
Yeah, especially when there are just so many good options right now for putting down AoE damage. I mean, obviously, I don't commonly see that the slow Wildcat being used, but, you know, even just the spreading Hammer Nade, we saw that in the game between Josie and Tesseract. Being able to consistently do that chip damage, consistently put down that spread, and reliably do 6 damage every 5 seconds, especially when these games are being decided by the bell and are not being decided by health bar, you know, that 6 damage over time can end up adding up.
Well, it's a very new style of play where you're trying to land those 20, 30 damages. It used to be if you could find a way of doing consistent damage, then you would do that every day. Do you remember the double shield meta where people would just take no damage and dodge everything? It's only because we've had a few weapons be maybe a bit overtuned and being a bit too fast that this style of play has been enabled.
Yeah, and in a weird way, we've almost ended up back into that meta with stuff like the Tank Nova being rung alongside the Aegis Shield, because Aegis Shield at a 3-second cooldown is still such a strong choice that even if you don't end up using it during the match, it still can just be something that you pull out for weapon throw damage to take out a nade, or, you know, you just leave it, and then that reduces the overall cooldown of the rest of your build.
Aegis is your get out of shield free card. It's, oh no, a bunch of stuff is coming towards me, or he's picked up a weapon I don't know if I can dodge. You grab it and go save me.
Yeah. But all right, folks, we are getting into our second match here in just a little bit. We're still working on these headsets over here. And yeah, overall, been a great day of Blaston matches so far for sure.
I mean,
I'm very interested to see, too, what both Monty and 24 continue to bring out. But I do hear the sounds of a weapon test, so we'll be getting into that match shortly.
Well, this first game, we know that they will be bringing, so this gets their second game. Although they're replaying the round, they will be bringing the same weapon sets. They will not be allowed to switch between the round that they are now replaying.
Yes, that is really important to point out, too. No goofing. We know that. That's kind of an unspoken rule either way in the community, so best to be making it.
It's in the rules. It
is in the rules, too.
Yeah,
but even during casual things, I wouldn't be going about and doing that. Again, we're pretty good when it comes to gentlemen's agreements and knowing when things go wrong. And we are getting into the matchup for real this time, we promise. Starting off. 24 starting us off with an immediate volley. And going ahead and landing that curved Luma for a quick 20 damage at the start of the round against Monty. Monty going ahead and putting down those clamps that we were talking about. Ooh, and a very nice takeout for the nade. I think that was a double weapon throw. Monty hitting the ground. You can see it on the live cam there. The amount of movement that these two players are performing. Oh, there we go. Finds the hole through the wall of bullets. Does manage to get through. Even without too many defensive measures, though. 24 remaining pretty untouched so far this round, and they got the curved Luma.
I mean, 24 such a good dodger, what do you expect?
And 24 just managed to take out a nade with a curved Luma, which is just insane. He really does make it look way easier than it seems. There we go. Sending out that Aegis shield again. 24 is more than happy to go ahead and trade a 3-second shield for a 5-second nade. Sending out that majestic nade, but it ends up, I believe, oh no, it doesn't hit the wall, but it does manage up right behind them. Double Raptors coming through, just putting down some quick pressure. But 24 is burning through a lot of their build pretty quickly.
Yeah, Monty's been very careful and selective with which weapons he uses. He chooses not to drop big pellet spreads with his hammer nade unless he needs to.
Yeah, and there you go. You could see him, again, shooting off that shield, throwing it up into the air in order to take out the nade. And he does it again. My goodness, the precision of those shield tosses. Oh, and Monty taking another Luma shot, bringing him down to below half health in the last 17 seconds here. 24 takes a little bit of damage, so does Monty. Monty's going to need a lot of big damage right here. That nade does go off. 24 does manage to take some damage.
It's reachable, but it's still very hard. He needs that
5 seconds left on the clock. He does have the hand. Oh, he does have the Tundra. He does have the Tundra, and saved by the bell. 24 is going to go ahead and take round one.
It's important to note, though, Monty saw the Tundra was about to spawn. He knew exactly how he could win that round, and he did everything. Just, 24 didn't let him get away with it.
Yep. Very effective cycling of these weapons. You're going to see these players not using their weapons in isolation. They really want to wait until they have the combo down. And Monty waiting until those hammer clamps come through before he starts sending off that hammer nade.
Yeah, I mean, and Monty just gave away a hammer nade, a 5-second cooldown. for one of the Luma shots.
Yep.
But that's because he values life above everything.
Yep.
As we all should.
All right. Monty manages to make it through the onslaught. And now it's his turn to fire back. 24 tries to stop the aggression with double Raptors.
Monty's done a lot of chip damage. I didn't even notice to 24. 24's in a bad
Ton of
position.
damage, yeah. All right.
This is where Monty wants to be. He likes to be in a health advantage so he can focus on his dodging. And he's going to make you go aggressive to try and get that damage you need in. And he capitalize on your over-aggression. Although 24's got a Luma and Monty doesn't have a lot of defenses, so he's going to try and put some pressure to stop him using that.
Okay, there goes the Aegis shield. Managing to pop that out, throws out the shield, manages to drop block the Luma. Very well played. That's ideal placement of that Majestic Nade, but Monty's going to sit at the front of their podium. Very nice, very nicely played from both of these two. Ooh, 24. Going off of audio cues alone for that Tundra shot. There we go. Not panicking, managing to find the eye in the storm there to get through the Hammer Nade. And the Hammer Clamps are coming through. 24 can't afford to take any more damage in the last 15 seconds. He's got to be getting it back. Double Raptors is coming out. Monty is going to take a little bit of damage. 7 seconds left. He does have that Luma. Oh, and he does have the setup with the Wildcat. Is he going to be able to get anything? Oh, does take a little bit of damage at the end there. Monty going ahead and taking round 2, going into a round 3 in our second match.
Well, hopefully I didn't say it again, but I did notice a little bit of trouble issue for Monty's right controller there. But this is super close. You know, both players want that early lead, and that really could be what decides this. Because when you've got an early lead, you're forcing your opponent to be aggressive.
Yep.
Whereas both these players excel at dodging counter pressure rather than forward aggression pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. When you have that health advantage, you're essentially putting the pressure on your opponent to get it back. Because if that timer runs out, which it does frequently in these sorts of matchups, it's going to go to the player that has the most health. 30 seconds in, and both players are looking pretty clean. 24 with a nice drop block to take out that Tundra. And at this point, these players are hoping for weapon throw damage. It may not be much, but when both players have taken less than 10 health, 24 does manage to take a fast Raptor shot to the hand. The hands are hitboxes in this game, folks. Ooh, all right, and taking another Raptor ellipse shot as well. Very nice bait of the nade. The Tundra comes out. And again, at this point, these players are making sure that all their weapon throws are hitting, because even though that only does 1 damage, that stacks up over the course of a match. 24 does manage to take 2 bullets from that Hammer Nade as well as some of the Hammer Clamp, bringing him just below half health at this point in the last 30 seconds.
Monty's where he wants to be, but 24 definitely still has a way into this.
He's got a ways to go.
Yeah.
The only thing that he has going for him is that it is a very low cooldown build, so he can get a lot done in the last 20 seconds.
15 seconds.
All right, 15 seconds left on the clock. He does have the Majestic Nade that comes out.
Oh,
all right.
Luma. He lands the Luma, but he's got 4 seconds and not enough damage, I don't think.
Beautiful, beautiful play at the end there from 24. But Monty is going to take game 2 in the set.
2 games up for Monty.
Yes,
No.
very, knowing exactly where he needed to be positioned based off of what 24 was throwing at him. And then also, I mean, especially in that game past round 1, we saw ideal setups from Monty with both the Hammer Nade and the Hammer Ellipse as well, to the point where even when 24 was throwing out his shield, either due to timing of when the Hammer Ellipse combo came out or due to the positioning of it, it wasn't so easy for 24 to just toss out the nade and eliminate that combo.
I mean, the other thing to notice is when I saw 24 doing his double Raptor combo and 10 or 11 shots were coming towards Monty in a big cloud of bullets, Monty had a hammer nade in front of him, and the default is you use the hammer nade to at least block one of them because it's there. There's a free block. Monty kept that hammer nade. He didn't activate it because he saw that was going to be a shield for other shots coming in, and dodged all of the shots. It was a very patient and calculated method to dodging that we, even at the top level of play, we do not often see.
You really just, if you can't find a hole, you got to make a hole, and using that draw blocking, especially against stuff like the the slow Wildcat. I'm so used to it being fast Wildcat. You know, finding just enough room to dodge through and making sure that until you are good to go, that you're not sending off those weapons. Because again, in Blaston at high level play, every single weapon is essentially a mini shield that you could be using to defend a bullet.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure where 24 can go here, because 24, as I say, is the best curve Luma player in the world, but Monty's dealing with it very effectively. He's tried 2 different variations on the same build, and the thing to know about 24 is in the past, he played more than anyone else in the game, but he's kind of taken a break and hasn't played as much, so I'm not sure if he's got as many builds in his repertoire.
Right.
He can definitely play many more builds than most players to a much higher level. But I don't know if he's willing to get off something and get on something a little less practiced.
I think what's going to be really key here in these next couple matches is 24 bringing in a build that has a little bit more teeth to it. These low cooldown builds are absolutely fantastic for overwhelming your opponent, but ultimately he needs to have a solid win condition that he can put onto the board outside of just having the curved Luma. Because the curved Luma, although great, without too much setup in the way of having additional AoEs on the field, it's very hard to fence your opponent in like you can with something like the Lance Nade and then follow it up with the curved Luma. But we're going to see what they're bringing in Game 3 of our set. Set point for Monty here. And Monty has gone ahead and brought the Tank Nova.
Oh, and with the bunkers, we see the bunker again. I actually think 24 is probably favored in this loadout just because bunker does so well against Nova.
Yep. Yeah, the key here is going to be Monty really choosing when and if to use those. Oh my gosh.
He doesn't need a different win condition. He's got curved Luma.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, those 2 big curved Luma shots absolutely derailed anything I was about to say there. Oh, and another one to follow it up. There we go.
24 is just waiting for you to say something like this. So
yep.
Sit down and I'm going to show you what's what.
Yep, absolutely. And like you said, that bunker going up on the field, those Novas can suck up a lot of damage, but they aren't the best when it comes to dealing collision like you can with a hammer. So, fortunately for 24, unfortunately for Monty, that is not always an even trade, sending the Nova into the bunker. But you know what? That's why you pull this out in Game 3 rather than waiting towards the end. Ooh, and another curved Luma. That's shot 4 out of 5 for 24's win condition.
Monty is not in a good spot. I'm going to call this round for 24. I'm going to be that crazy.
You can't call it that soon. They can hear you, man.
Ooh,
all right.
But Monty's not going to give up because he's Monty and he's going to play out his heart and he's going to do what he can to try and win.
Yeah.
And, you know, Blaston, the game is never over till it's over.
It really is, and we've seen so many games come back even from this point. And I just want to call out Monty again for the level of just the ease at which he juggles his weapons and is able to actively use 3 weapons at a time.
It's so much harder than he makes it look, but
really,
a Raptor ellipse shot there. 24 closing out round 1 of Game 3. He needs to win the next one to sway. He needs to win the next. He needs to win this game to stay in for the final.
There you go. All right, 24 taking some early damage right off the bat from those double Raptor combos. There you go. You're seeing those audio cues, that bait being used by Monty. He does a brief little juggle in order to reorganize his weapons before sending off the Tundra. There we go. Finding his corner, ducking down, making sure that he doesn't get hit by those Raptor ellipses. Ooh, 24 is going to get hit by a Tundra there. That's a nice 20 damage for Monty there.
That's a very nice tactic we saw from 24, though. He loaded up the Luma, looked away, so Monty would put down his guard and then shot.
Yep.
Just trying to throw your opponent off with a little tricks like that.
Yeah, and again, that Luma's just so quick that it is easy to throw your opponent off guard with that. There we go. Ooh, does manage to take a little bit of zap damage from that Majestic nade. He was looking out for it too. Oh, there we go. Monty taking up 2 of those Luma shots with a nade, and out of bounds damage is going to get 24 leaning a little bit too much into that bunker.
24 really trying to hug that bunker at the front for safety, but going too far.
Oh, there we go. That was a beautiful curved Luma shot.
We are in a mirrored situation to last round right now.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. And Monty really doing a great job of making sure he can save that shield and the shield handle for the 3 Luma shots that are coming out. 25 seconds left on the clock, and 24 has a large ways to go. Nice 8 damage there from the weapon throw. Highest weapon throw damage in the game right there on the bunker. I guess outside of Frostbite, yeah. No, you got me, you got me. There you go. The trivia, 24 doing a little bit extra damage, but with 5 seconds left on the clock. Round 2 is gonna go to Monty.
Well played for Monty.
All right.
I would argue winning a round with a disadvantage loading.
Yeah. Yep. All right, and this is officially set point for Monty as well. Doing an absolutely great job of prioritizing what weapons they're using. And when 24 right off the bat taking a huge Tundra hit to the chest. Here we go. And another thing you're noticing now is Monty isn't really picking up that Nova too much. If you don't use a weapon, it doesn't contribute to the overall cooldown of your build.
You know, it's okay to play 5 weapons if you can play 5
Exactly.
weapons.
Exactly, especially when having that Aegis shield up more often means that he can block more Luma shots, which means that he's taking ultimately less damage from 24's main win condition. Another nice and easy... Oh no! The out of bounds damage and the Majestic nade at the same time. A huge amount of zap damage going into the last minute here. And like that, if you blinked, you would have missed it. Monty Man is going to take the set. Excellent, excellent match from both of these two. Fantastic job.
Well done to both players. I have to say, that was an upset, guys. That is honestly, I think the players which people Monty is the only player to have not won a competitive Blaston tournament, and 24 was the reigning champion of VRML Season 1. So what an amazing start to Monty's Grand Finals experience.
There you go.
The current reigning champion.
Yeah. And another thing, we mentioned it during the first match, but these players are used to playing each other online where, you know, even a couple milliseconds worth of lag, even if you have an ideal internet connection, someone connecting from the EU to someone in the NA, there's always going to be a little bit of latency difference. This is the first time that these players are playing in the same room on the same region together. And yeah, you saw it right there.
Strongest region confirmed.
I mean, hey, they're both heading into a finals. And what an exciting finals we do have coming up for us. Tesseract versus Monty, the EU finals happening again. And also on the opposite side, 24 and Josie also going ahead and playing again. And both of these players, or both of these matchups, I should say, have been played out many times before, with it honestly being a mix-up, at least between Josie and 24, because that's the matchup I know much better. Always a mix-up between those two players.
Oh, it's an incredibly close matchup. Josie versus 24 is...
Tale as old as time.
Well, it's a tale as old as time. In a competitive finals environment, though, 24's only beaten Josie once at the grand final, and that I might be wrong on that, but that was VRML Season 1.
Yeah.
However, 24 has been taking games off Josie a lot during league play, and I think Josie has told me he was the person he was most worried about playing, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, they've only in an official capacity and a finals capacity gotten there once. But these players have throughout the season been playing each other quite a bit. You know, both are on, you know, without causing too much smoke. Sorry, Wesso. But these are the two top players in the NA region, I would say. And it is okay. Just as a heads up to everybody in the venue, merch is closing in 15 minutes and will be reopening later on. So if you want to get your VRML shirts, if you want to get your Blaston secret boxes, if you want to get stickers, please do head over to the merch booth. Be sure to support the convention as much as possible. That way we can come back and do this again next year, because this has been an absolute ton of fun.
Remember, if we don't do this again next year,
it's because you didn't buy merch.
If we didn't buy merch, and Americans will have to accept EU as the #1 region forever.
Yep. And speaking of merch, huge shout out to our sponsor, HyperX, for providing us with some equipment, providing us with the computer screens that we are currently watching as we're broadcasting these matches. Super great. I can say that my experience with this headset, having worn it for the first time, is fantastic. Got to make sure that they come back next year as well, and super excited to get into our next round of matches. So I think we're going ahead and setting that up. I believe we'll be heading into a short break.
I believe we'll be heading into a break. Just to give
if not, we'll just sit here and still talk.
Yeah, we can talk.
Haven't gotten the heads up by anyone, but
so
yeah.
I hate to give it to you, but I think that Raptor Ellipse really did make a big difference in that last game.
It does. And you know what? It's one of those things where over time, doing 10 damage constantly, we make a huge deal about the Luma doing 20 damage. But having the Raptor Ellipse at a 3-second weapon be able to potentially do 50 damage to your opponent, I mean, that's huge. Comboed together with some high damage weapons as well, it's a great mix-up for a straight high damage projectile and a curved, slightly lower damage projectile as well. All right, folks, we are heading into our break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with even more Blaston VRML action. Stay tuned. Woo!
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You fall asleep in my arms. I realize something went wrong.
Back everybody to even more Blaston VRML. Can we get some hype from the crowd for our third place match? Woo! I am your host, Dr. Oolong, joined by Captain Fabulous. Captain, how's your voice doing?
It's doing great. God, I'm dying.
It has been a very exciting day of matches so far with both of our EU contenders heading into the grand finals, but we are taking a quick stop back to the North America region to play out a match that has played out so many times before, sometimes in grand finals. Josie and 24, arguably the two best players in the North America region, and we're seeing them play
So his dodging isn't actually up to what it normally is, which isn't a reflection on his skill. It's just a reflection on having to play in a new environment.
In every single week and bringing their best game, and at least in North America, it all comes down to this.
Yeah. So we're a bit behind schedule, so I think we're going to try and go as fast as possible through these next matches.
We are getting in right now, in fact. I can hear the audio. We will be getting into this matchup very, very, very shortly. And yeah, like you said, I think that everything that we said in the pre-show was true. There was a lot of curve Luma plays coming out today. That Raptor Ellipse just is a nice backup force. And then also, honestly, a lot of Tundra, a lot of damage being done from that Tundra. Really, it is such a fast weapon, and it is so unpredictable due to the little lag that you get when you're actually firing it off initially. It is just enough to set your opponent off. Just to speak a little bit to our venue here, we do have a lot of demos going on. I did talk to the 11 table tennis devs who are set up here during our break. They have a brand new, totally not beer pong, totally a normal beverage pong game that you should absolutely go ahead and try. Also, a lot of indie devs over there. Be sure to check it out as we get into our disconnection round for this first matchup. Players are testing things out, and we will jump right into it.
It's not beer pong, it's a totally new game, which doesn't involve drinking.
There you go. It's a totally PG-13 game. There's no reference to anything there. But if you were to make it a drinking game, no one would stop you. No one would stop you. Unless you're under the age of 21. I do hear Luma shots going off. I do believe we are ready to jump into our third place match, our NA Finals. Let's hear some hype for North America! Here we go, folks. Oh my
Split
goodness.
Majestic.
Split Majestic.
Done it. He's
You
brought-
called it. You called everything today, Cap. What the heck, man? Did you have insider information to this? My goodness.
This is something I've always wanted to see, but I've never seen it outside Q. 24's my hero.
But yeah, Josie going ahead and bringing the Fastfall Hurricane, Majestic Nade, and that Viper Ellipse, which honestly, the Viper Ellipse representation today has not been as high as I was expecting in a grand finals like this. We are getting into it.
We'll get there, Rudy.
Yep, but overall for both these players, very 4-second cooldown builds, very nice. I just felt 24 hit the ground there trying to dodge those shots. Yeah. As you can see on those cams, the amount of dodging required from both these players is pretty incredible. Ooh, okay, Josie getting hit with a little bit of damage there. Both these players doing a great job of keeping those Aegis shields in rotation as much as physically possible. Trying to minimize the amount of damage you take, and honestly, it's poke damage from both sides so far. Ooh, nice turn there from 24 to dodge the the Viper, but gets hit with the Majestic there.
So 24's really going to try and push Josie to the front of his podium to be able to use that split Majestic. It's so much damage when it lands.
Yeah. There we go, especially with everything else. Doing a lot of pokes is a very good spot to be in when you're using a weapon like the Viper that's able to do just so much damage. Ooh, very nice. 30 seconds left on the clock. Josie has the advantage in health in this first round.
Oh. Looks pretty close. One bullet's going to do it.
Ooh. We're hearing that Majestic go off. I thought he was taking damage for a second there. All right. 10 seconds left on the clock. The pressure's on 24. Can he get it back?
I think 24's got the advantage here.
Oh, he does. You're right. Oh, my goodness. There you are. And 24 taking round 1
With Split Majestic.
with Split Majestic.
Amazing, what a hero.
Incredible. Incredible. But, you know, he's not using it very much at all. So, essentially, he's playing a 5-weapon build,
Yeah, that is
reducing the
true.
cooldowns of everything else. So, you know, in a way, that is still a pretty good strategy.
Hey, look, he brought it, that's enough. I'm not going to force him to use it. Like,
Yep.
come on.
Yep. Well, yeah, I say that, but he did pick it up. He can hear the commentary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Sending it off. Actually managing to do some damage with the Majestic. What is happening?
It does so much damage when it lands because it's 3 Majestics which all do damage to it at the same time.
There you go. Doesn't even want to have to worry about those Hurricanes coming down very hard. You can see him sliding across the ground in order to dodge. Ooh, there we are. The Curve Luma. The Curve Luma coming through twice. My goodness. Oof. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. 24 taking a lot of damage from the Majestic behind him, but in the last minute, Josie's going to have a lot more damage come out.
Yeah, Josie needs that to happen 4 more times.
Hey, that's in the last minute of a game. That's not surprising, so let's see it. Oh, man, the bursting Majestic again. 24 dropping to the ground in order to dodge what Josie's throwing at him. And just prepping that Curve Luma, ready to fire it off at a second's notice. And he looks away!
Look away
The
shot.
look away
The
shot!
look away.
My goodness! 24 going ahead and taking round 1.
It's such a nice thing to do. If you turn your head, your opponent immediately drops their guard because
Yep.
he's not looking, he can't shoot, and you just shoot. But he brought Split Majestic. I mean, I don't care
And
what
he did
happens.
damage for the
He's a
Split
hero.
Majestic. He did damage, and honestly, you know, very similar in use to the Super Majestic, where if you get on the front of your podium and you're able to hit your opponent right off the bat and scare him backwards, that can be a very effective move. So I would not recommend anyone at home trying to bring the Split Majestic into your normal games.
I
but
would bring it. It's
definitely,
fun.
it definitely
really fun. It's
has
bad.
its uses for sure. And yeah, overall, again, just kind of prioritizing, cycling that Aegis shield, cycling out the low cooldown weapons from both sides. And that was a very well played game from both sides.
Oh,
there.
brilliant play from both. Also, shout out to 24 for just making Q fun and interesting again by the influx of Bunker and Split Majestic we're going to see.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We were talking over dinner last night of trying to gaslight the community.
Take off 90% of their health. It does so much damage. It's amazing. But we're going into our game number 2.
Yes.
What do you think we're going to see for a loadout swap?
I would be surprised if I didn't see Nova Hurricane come through at some point. At some point from
Trying to
Josie, for
gaslight.
sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not even, that's just a signature when it comes to this matchup for sure from Josie's side. Being able to essentially punch through 24's aggression when he gets to the front of his podium. I thought that the Hurricane did Josie really well, as did the Viper. I think that maybe introducing more hazards, you know, we haven't seen the instant proc. I don't believe we saw the instant proc Lance from either side that game.
I don't think so.
Only the Majestic.
I just remember Split Majestic. That's
Yeah,
it.
right.
That's all I see. Yes. Everything else I
Hyper
forgot.
focused in. But yeah, so I would definitely expect to see that sort of double nade combo at 7 seconds. That's a really effective combo. And, you know, in some ways, even though the Majestic nade has been sort of a staple for a low cooldown nade, I wouldn't be surprised to see the players drop that, bring in that Lance, bring in lasers. That was another thing. We haven't seen double lasers at all today.
Good. They're good people. Not good players, just good people. Good people do not play double lances.
Oh, my goodness. But, yeah, we are loading in right now to our matchup.
I think we'll see the Split Majestic get dropped because I love the fact it was picked, but I could not expect someone to bring it more than one game.
But it did do damage, didn't it?
I mean,
It did do damage, didn't it?
He didn't even to win with it to be a hero in my heart, but he did. And he did damage, and he used it.
There we go. Fantastic stuff. Of course, for more information, do check out Blaston. It is a free-to-play game at this point. You can download it today and immediately jump into the queue and start playing. And you can finally figure out what we are so passionate about casting about. Seriously, it has never been a better time to join the Blaston community for sure. I do hear the silence of music, and that means that we are loading into our room.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing more than I love within the Blaston community in terms of VR esports. It's absolutely amazing.
It really is. And as far as, even alongside some of the other games, when it comes to the intensity of play and how much I am dripping in sweat after a normal session of Blaston, very few games can get up to that level of physical engagement. And hopefully you've seen it here today, both you guys here in person. Again, thank you so much for coming out and supporting our players, but also everyone who's able to see those cams. I mean, you could see what it actually looks like for 24 to slide across the floor, which is pretty incredible to see in person.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We're getting into our disconnect round.
Into his
24 is so confident. He's just chilling. He's just chilling. There you go. That's how he's going to play the whole match, folks, just on the ground like that.
If that happens, I really hope Josie wins, because I can come back from that.
We will see. EU for the win. Oh, no.
That's Slowed there, who is pretty much responsible for all of the admin within the Blaston League.
Yep.
My name's on there, but he does all the work. Really does. And it's really hard to understate how much work and help he's done to making this event happen. So big shout out to him.
Well,
and big shout out to EU. We're #1, boys.
Well, and on top of that, can't express enough everyone else who also is not up on this stage, who not only participated in the season, but also who was participating in our finals that happened 2 weekends ago. Really appreciate them coming out. We are getting into our match here, so can I hear some hype? Woo! As we get into game 2 of this set, and we get to reveal the weapons. As I said, Nova Hurricane, but not from Josie, coming out from 24.
Okay, so Nova Hurricane, I like it because it's good against Hurricane, it's a direct counter, and can snipe nades.
Yep.
I don't know why you don't like it. I think it's a great weapon.
Yep. And Josie bringing something that he's brought quite frequently. We're heading back to a meta that's almost a year old with the Hammer Nade, the Hammer Ellipse, and the Viper Ellipse. Solid weapon choice here. He is defined doing these layers of bullets, the clamps, making sure that we can get that ideal placement. And there we go. And doing a bit of chip damage. 24 just managing to get underneath that Viper bullet.
Josie is the best or joint best Viper Ellipse player in the world. We're going to see a show here.
And Josie also just can sometimes do this thing where he manages to dodge everything while barely moving in his play space, which is always truly incredible. Huge amount of damage coming out from there. Coming out from Josie there.
Oh, the Luma bug. You drop the Luma and you can't catch it again. That's unfortunate.
Oh, no. Resolution games, please. Oh, nice duck there from Josie. Getting underneath that Luma shot. And you can see those Nova. Oh, the smaller version. Huge Viper damage coming out from Josie onto 24. Last 30 seconds. 24's got to get some movement going here. Oof. 24 again with these quick turns. Baiting his opponent to thinking he's not paying attention. Oh, no. Well played there. Josie gonna go ahead and take round 1.
You know what's interesting though? Those no-look shots, I think the first player to do it the best was Josie with the frostbite. He'd turn around, have your back to you, and hit you with a snowball.
That was stylish. I hope that all of you in Twitch chat had that clip button at the ready for sure, especially as we head into our grand finals. Ooh. I don't think that Josie actually fired off the Viper there. I think that was pure intimidation on 24.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, exactly. All right, using those Nova Hurricanes for defense. Big chip damage coming out on 24 here. Ooh, there we go. The curve Luma coming out. There we go. On honestly everyone today, but just to call out Josie, just so effective when it comes to those drop blocks. Again, a lot of the techniques that you're seeing here take years of practice in order to build up, and being able to do it while making it look that easy is truly insane.
You say years of practice, but I've been playing for years and I can't do it. So.
Yes. There we go. 24 keeping that shield, ready to drop block just in case. There we go. 24 actually has the health advantage here.
Yeah, he's got
the
a lead
pressure's on Josie to get it back in the last 45 seconds. Ooh, all right. Even more damage coming out from that Raptor Ellipse onto Josie. But he has the setup. 30 seconds left on the clock. That's all the time in the world. Ooh, all right. And big chunk of damage coming out onto 24. In the last 20 seconds, I can't tell who has the health advantage here, folks.
15 seconds.
I believe it's 24, but you know, one bullet will make it go either way.
All right, one last clamp coming through from Josie. We'll see if we get any poke damage. Any poke damage at all. Could be the decider here.
And what a fight for a lip shot to finish out that match. That game, sorry. Josie ties it up 1-1 with some amazing Viper play.
Oh my goodness, and we are 1-1. Again, these two players constantly matching each other blow for blow when it comes to these extended sets, not only here today in Denver, Colorado, but also pretty much every single time that they've played.
Yeah, no, it's, I believe the first time 24 beat Josie in a big competition was at VRML Season 1 Finals.
Yep.
So, you know, it's great to see the rematch. I really like the Nova Hurricane pick. The problem is that Josie switched up his build into a build which nothing gets countered from it, save a few nades. You know, you're playing against bullet hell, so it's not really good at blocking those bullets. If Josie still had like a hurricane, then those Nova Hurricanes would just eat the hurricanes. You'd shoot them up as you shot the hurricanes up. They would gobble them up and then still land on the podium.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting choice too. It's a very hard. If you fire it upwards, obviously, like you said, it can take out projectiles above you. It's also fairly good when it comes to taking out nades, but at a 6-second cooldown, that's not the ideal use. But when you fire it forward towards your opponent, especially towards opponents that are at the front of their podium, your hands are always hitboxes in Blaston. So if your opponent's sitting at the front of their podium, holding their hand out towards you, and you manage to clip it with a Nova Hurricane, that's a free 20 damage right there.
Or 25 if you're using damage, which I think damage, Nova Hurricane is the best option, but I'll be honest, I probably think that because I'm so tall, so it's easy for me to hit it at the back of the podium, whereas most players don't have that advantage.
Yeah, and what is the trade-off for that extra damage?
It comes down faster.
It comes down faster,
but
okay,
because
so
it
it is
comes down
fastball.
because it comes down faster, it means it can travel less horizontal, forward distance. So if you're tall, you can get the arc really nice and still hit the back of the podium. If you're a bit shorter, as 24 still quite young, as the youngest player playing today, you have to go to the front of your podium in order to land it in the right place, and that really puts you in a bad advantage place. So that's why I completely understand not taking the damage of a Hurricane, although I'll be honest, I've forgotten which attachment he brought, so if any.
It's all right. Sometimes in these matchups, I'll see an out there attachment. I'm just like, the fastball Nova? Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually another thing to know. Outside of us commentating, if we call something out, players do not know what attachments their opponent is bringing. So you could bring the exact same loadout with a completely different attachment and catch your opponent off guard, which is why a lot of the times, regardless of whether or not weapon swaps are actually happening, we'll still go into a weapon swap round after each one of these matches.
When I played against Arbo in matches, he will run to my podium in the lag test round, grab my Viper, and then shoot it on the floor to see if I'm bringing bounce. To the point where like it's a race to see who can get to my podium first.
But you're always running bounce, Cap.
That's not true. All of the games I actually won in the regional finals without bounce.
There you go.
Every game I lost had bounce. Terrible.
There you are, and I hear that sound. We're getting our disconnection round, and we are jumping into match 3 of our set. Can we hear some hype out there for match 3?
Games are tied. Let's see who can take the advantage
And
in this match.
expect this to be not the only time that this matchup is tied. Again, I fully expect these players to be going blow for blow, toe to toe, all day, all set. That was pretty clever wordplay there, just saying.
That was amazing wordplay. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. You as well.
Have you done this before?
No, actually. It's my first time. They pulled me right off the street and they said, hey, can you shout into a microphone? I said, maybe.
I think you're doing a great job for someone saying you.
You too, man. You too, man. All right. There we are. We are transitioning into our match right now. Let's see it. The reveal. Split Hurricane being brought by 24 this time around.
Yep.
And from Josie, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sticking with that same exact build. Ooh, there we are. There you go. And look at the movement from 24 there. Incredible. Again, just insane levels, especially considering, you know, the end of the day of matches and you're having to do a best of 7. You're having to keep that level of movement up for so long. It is truly exhausting. Oh, there we go. A nice little bait there again from 24. Josie taking another 20 damage, being brought to just about half health.
Not that it's making a big difference here. I love the split hurricane because you can't hear it when it comes behind of you.
Yep. Getting a little bit more spread for a little bit less damage per bullet.
But Josie's by no means out of this. You know, one Viper lip shot will pretty much get it fairly close to tied.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Again, with these high DPS weapons, especially with the longer cooldown build, it's got some teeth. 24 takes some damage there. Manages to duck around the rafter shots. There we go. And Josie has the setup. He has a little bit of breathing room in order to set it up correctly as well. The hammer nade goes out. The Viper goes out. Very nice shield there from 24, negating pretty much all the damage coming out.
Oh, Josie's done a good job to close up some of the lead so far, but he's still got a way to go.
Yep. He might get one. Oh, he might get one more turn at this. He does have that hammer ellipse.
He needs to do a nice bullet clamp and then follow up with a Viper
He's got to
ellipse.
use the nade now. 5 seconds left on the clock. Is it going to be enough? 24 takes a little bit of damage. Did 24 dive into that Viper shot right there?
He did, but I think that was more the fact that Josie just put it at a weird angle he wasn't expecting. I wouldn't have expected Josie to go that angle. And I don't think 24 did either.
There you go. Ooh, there we are. Nice shield out there from 24. Even though it's better up on the cooldown, sometimes it's worth throwing out a high-value weapon like a nade in order to get rid of your opponent's Aegis shield early on. Ooh, all right. 24 takes a tiny bit of damage, but overall manages to duck around everything here. Oh my goodness, look at the movement. Incredible.
Best dodger in Blaston, what can we say?
I wish I could move like that.
If I move like that, my body...
Oh, there we go. Another Luma shot onto Josie. There we go. When 24 starts landing those Luma shots, it's scary.
Yeah. Getting an early advantage just puts you in such a good spot because you have time on your side.
Yep, exactly. Especially heading into the last minute here. The pressure is on Josie even more so. To get it back, another big chunk of damage off on Josie. In the last 50 seconds, he's got a way to go if he wants to get this back. Oh, he does it. He does start it.
You're never out of the game with Viper Ellipse and your load out, but this is fairly close.
There you go. 3 Viper Ellipse shots is all you need.
Just don't miss.
There you go. It's like the opposite of just dodge.
Yeah. Don't miss. Hit every shot.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, just see Josie walking into those hurricane shots because he can't hear them.
Ooh, another big chunk of damage out on 24 there. Josie holding on with a sliver of health.
Josie
10 seconds left on the
cannot
clock.
get hit. He cannot get hit by anything or he's out.
There we go. A little bit more damage coming out.
Needs that Viper Lips.
Oh, out of bounds. Out of bounds.
Josie had to be that aggressive though.
Uh-huh.
He needed to land that Viper Lips and he could not do that being defensive. So it's the right play. It was low odds of success, but it's better than the alternatives.
Yep, and that's why getting that early health lead early on is so important, because then the pressure really is on your opponent to make aggressive moves, which could lead to them making mistakes and result in you getting even more damage.
If you're down in health and you've got 20 seconds left, you have to go to the front of your podium and land some stuff. And even if, like, normally at the start of the match, if you're even health, you would never do that with, like, your weapons, how many weapons you got off cooldown, how many weapons they've got off cooldown. You don't have that choice because you've only got 20 seconds to land damage, and just dodging everything will not be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, and these two players on that topic, if they just dropped their weapons and focused solely on cycling out that Aegis shield and doing nothing else, could probably dodge everything that's thrown at them from both sides, which again, why when the pressure's on your opponent, in order to have them deal your damage and meet you in health, it's such an advantageous position to be in at this level, because otherwise, if you do have that health advantage, not that they're going to, but you could just sit there, put the minimum amount of pressure on, and just dodge everything. Just dodge.
Yeah, I also good to point out that at this level, it's not really about playing perfectly. It's also about playing unpredictably, which is why we're really loving those no-look shots. Also, not just from 24, but although it didn't work out, that shot where 24 almost dodged into that bullet, I would, unless 24 tells me later, no, I knew where I was going and I just wanted to flex, which I don't think was the case. I think it's very much that Josie was waving around like it was an overhead shot and just did a quick, sneaky underhand in order to try and bait 24 into dodging into the right place, which he did. It's just I think he drop blocked or maybe the time ran out.
Yeah, well, and I think that he did manage to pretty much do exactly that in round two. Again, just holding it over your head and kind of keeping your opponent guessing, and then hitting them with a complete changeup. Or if you're used to the changeup, just going right from that direction and you already have the ideal setup for it.
A pro blast on tip. If you want to be unpredictable, close your eyes.
That's true.
If you don't know where
Very
they're going,
true.
your opponent won't either.
Very true. That's actually how all the top-level Blaston players train, is that they blindfold themselves and only go off of audio cues.
Yeah.
I mean, we say that in jest, but that is so important at this level. So important is knowing what each audio cue actually means and coming down.
That's why I really like that split hurricane, because normally with a normal hurricane, you can hit because they make a sound when they're above you, which kind of freaks you out, and you're like, I've got to dodge it.
Yeah.
But when they split into the smaller pellets, there's no more sound anymore. We actually saw Josie walk backwards into a few of those pellets. Didn't do a great deal of damage, not like a Luma shot, but it's that chip damage. If you do lots of little damage, that's a lot of damage over time. So denying that audio cue is just one of the ways of getting over your opponent's expertise, because they're used to looking out for that audio cue.
Yeah.
In fact, I first learned about that when Tess brought it against me, and I said, "Why would you ever bring a split? It's not very good." He said, "Because you can't hear where it is." It's like, oh, that's why I just walked into a bunch of bullets. Okay, it's much better than I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that topic too, there is a small little audio cue of when it bursts, and that gives it just a little bit more height. So if you can find a way to triangulate that sound back to its origin and then add a little bit of distance on top of that in your mind's eye, then you can go ahead and dodge it without looking, which that subconsciously is the level that these players are at.
Just use sonar. Like,
Just
come
use
on.
sonar,
Dolphins can do it. Why can't you?
Well, that's the reason they're the second smartest animal on Earth. But yeah.
I think that's just PR.
Yep. It's just PR.
Big dolphin.
Dolphins have huge PR teams, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's why they own the Bahamas.
I mean, I'm not going to get into horrible dolphin facts on camera, so let's move on.
But yeah.
But they need that PR. That's what I'm saying.
Again, really appreciate everyone coming out. We have some great developers. We've got the free-to-play area over there. I do see some players out there checking out some of the new games that are being presented at this convention. And I do hear the audio cue of a match about to start. Let's get some hype out there for round 4. Got to keep these energy levels high. I'm definitely going to get either a cup of coffee or a cough drop after this because I've been screaming so
Get
much.
me a cough drop. You do not get me a cough drop. We are done.
There we go. All right, heading into game 4. It's like unwrapping the present and seeing what's going to happen. And 24 is going to be bringing that Nova nade. Bass Nova nade.
And we see a HP Nova from Josie.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We love to see the Nova representation here.
I mean,
Huge Nova representation today, and I think that we might even be so lucky to see it in the finals as well. Not only as a tool for defense, but also you can throw your nades into the Novas and prevent your opponent from grabbing them.
Just to call out there, Josie waved around his Viper Ellipse to scare 24 into activating his shield, essentially getting a free cooldown. You love to see it.
Yep. Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
Around the Novas. That Luma managing to make contact. Runs into one of the HP Novas. The roaming herd of Novas traveling across our screens.
Well, that's one of the lovely things about HP Nova against 24. He moves around so much, he might walk into one.
It's like when they used to run Majestic Nate tech against him. They just fire it right on the podium because he gets so low.
Oh, Avalanche Nade.
Yep.
Was the
Whoa,
big one.
my goodness. Zap damage coming out on 24 there for the Majestic Nade.
The no-look Nova Nade shot.
Oh, heartbreaking, really. All right. Nice line, but the curve means that 24 can not only get around the Luma, but it also means that Josie doesn't necessarily know where 24 is. Those Novas block vision both ways, unlike the bunker barrier.
Yeah, and it's very easy to curve those Lumas around those Novas.
Yep. And man, again, Josie, the king of minimal movement when it comes to these extended sets especially. Oh,
so
nice
good.
jump out of the way of that Nova nade, my goodness. Again, the movement from both these players is nearly impeccable.
Josie's down, he needs to get a damage. And
There we go, and Josie going ahead and taking round 1.
I stand corrected, I thought Josie was losing now. Very well played, very close. I couldn't tell who was going to win.
Ooh. Spooking him just a tiny bit.
Oh, a lovely shot.
Do it again, Josie. And again, those Novas, they're not only a defense weapon, they're also a great hazard to be putting onto the arena, fencing off so much area, if only for a short period of time.
I do just want to shout out how lovely these curves are. They're so accurate, and they just come in so naturally.
It's like a right hook. It's crazy. And let me tell you, 24 has the skills to be able to dodge it, but someone who has gone up against Josie before, it is not surprising for me to take 3 Viper shots right off the bat in the match and immediately lose. Oh, and another Viper shot coming out on 24 there. Oh. Okay, using that Nova to get through the Nova nade.
Oh!
It hurts. It hurts.
It hurts so good.
I'm living vicariously through 24. I can feel the Viper hitting myself from the casting desk.
I'm living through Josie, so this is amazing. Oh my God.
You okay over there, Cap? We get so much into these matches that's really how it is.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. But a little bit of poke damage coming out on Josie. Last 15 seconds. Don't step backwards, 24. No! And Josie going ahead and taking game 4 of our set. Incredible plays from both these players.
Yeah, this is why I said that Josie, one of the best Vipers, the only other person who competes with him as the best Viper in the world is Tesseract.
Oh,
and
man.
he showed us there.
I was going to say, Woody? Woody?
Don't make me make enemies on stream, but no. I'm sorry, like what?
We can't include everyone. We can't include everyone.
It's those two.
But yeah, no, that was really immaculate. And yeah, I mean, for the last 3 years, Josie's been whipping that Viper Ellipse around, and it never gets old. It really doesn't. That and the Hammer Ellipse, regardless of the meta changes, regardless of what balance changes occur, always seem to be the two weapons that constantly are prominent in each meta. All right, and there is currently a raffle going on. I am being told anyone whose tickets end in 3, 5, and 7, if I'm getting that right from broadcast, can collect a prize. Where should they go, broadcast? To the door, to the door. You got Nightfire waving his hands back there like he just don't care. 3, 5, and 7. Get it. First come, first serve. Whoever's tickets match those numbers, you're going to get a nice little prize there. And yeah, I mean, look at this scoreboard constantly. I told you it was going to be tit for tat today, and it is 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It just depends on what side each one of the scores is occurring on.
That is true. Also, just a shout out for people new to Blaston. Viper Ellipse shots, they will curve and they will land exactly where you place them according to your movement. Because I've had people in the past ask me, oh, so the homing sniper. There's not homing. You put a worse player out here, it will go away from the podium, it won't land at all.
Right, but it almost seems like it's homing when it's in the hands of someone like Josie.
It's just so years and just muscle memory and skill, which is why it's so amazing to watch, because you know how much skill is involved, and I'm genuinely blown away by this level of skill we've seen today.
Yeah. And that's a good point too. You know, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, a lot of the stuff that really requires a ton of practice, you sitting there and, you know, going through years and years, it really does come down to muscle memory, like so many virtual reality games do. It's one of the unique things about being part of this medium that I think firmly sets us apart from stuff like the pancake games, the normal VR esports, is that so much emergent play exists just in the fact that a physical person is having to perform these movements constantly over a 7-game set.
Yeah. Monty Ban, a winner of a raffle, it seems.
There you go.
Very jealous. I do take bribes. I'll say nice things about him if you give it to me.
Woo. Yep. But all right, and I can't comment this headset enough. Honestly, HyperX is our sponsor for this LAN event. Again, I got this headset for the first time. Well, I didn't get this. I don't get to keep this.
We don't get to keep them.
Well, you don't get to keep this now. So you got to run out the door if you want to get away with it. But no, genuinely, it's. I mean, you can hear my voice super clearly. I am heavily considering switching over to this microphone myself.
If you can hear my voice on stream, that is a miracle in itself, and that should say enough.
Yeah.
Because as soon as this comes off, no one can hear me.
All right, though, folks, let's get into round 5 of our first place matchup, NA Grand Finals here.
Okay,
And
so we're
the
seeing that bunker
making its reappearance.
And we're seeing Josie with the frostbite. Josie is the best frostbite player in the world by a huge
24
margin.
with the movement sliding across the floor. Come on, what's not to love?
It's such
Oh
amazing
my God.
movement to see.
It's fantastic to see these people in person. Oh, truly. But yeah, bringing in that bunker barrier, probably expecting to see the Tank Nova come back. But yeah, Josie has now switched into a much more aggressive build. And you can see that immediately paying off here. And the first minute 24 being brought down to just below half health.
In the regional finals, Josie really struggled with that bunker, but he was running straight Luma. That Viper Ellipse is really going to help him, so he can just curve it around the wall.
Yeah.
Once again, proving my point, bunker is not a good weapon.
There we go. But even a bad weapon in the hands of a skilled player is useful.
Yeah, he won with Split Majestic.
There we go. Nice little drop block there from Josie. Really trying to get the most use as he possibly can out of his weapons and block everything coming out from that Luma. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Josie's looking pretty dang healthy here.
Yeah.
Nice. Again, the movement from 24 is just incredible.
And it's incredible considering he's not playing in his preferred environment. He's not used to hardwood floors, not used to playing in trainers. It makes such a huge difference.
Yeah. Yeah. 15 seconds left on the clock. And with that bunker barrier up, 24's probably not going to take much more damage, but they
He-
probably aren't going to be able to deal much damage either. Nice little weapon throw right at the end. And 24 ducking behind the bunker barrier in the last second there.
I mean, I was actually saying this morning at breakfast. The problem with 24 bringing bunker is you are a 4-weapon build because you're bringing that Aegis shield.
Yep.
You do not have enough aggression, so you need to keep an early lead, and he has not done that this round.
Yeah, starting us off with a quick 25 damage there. The Frostbite combined with a Raptor Ellipse shot. And that Majestic being able to take up so much space on the play area too, regardless of the bunker barrier. Ooh, and 24 steps back into it. Just a tiny bit of damage, but still damage going off.
I can feel the vibrations.
Yeah, no, I really can. And I am seriously turning around every 5 seconds to watch 24 in their movement, because that's really, I mean, incredible. I wish I could move like that at this point.
If I moved like 24, I wouldn't be able to walk for a week. At this point, I don't think 24 should be using the bunker. He should just play 5 weapons because it's 8 seconds he spends and it doesn't really block anything that Josie's providing.
Well, I will say that it blocks a lot of the hammer ellipse shots for sure. Ooh, but 24 ducking through one of those clamps. Josie does take a little bit of damage though in that trade in the last 50 seconds. This is still fairly close, probably about 30 damage off. Ooh, all right, big damage coming out from Josie there with the Frostbite. Frostbite has the same freezing effect that the Tundra does as well, so there's a bit of disorientation when 24 gets hit.
Honestly, top players are used to it. I don't think it affects them too much, but I mean, 24 has to land 3 Luma shots. That's what we're going to count.
That's one.
No, that needs 3 more. Okay, so
That's two. No, that's not 2.
now it needs 2 probably.
But in 15 seconds. Oh no! There we are, and Josie going ahead and taking game 5. This is now set point for Josie.
I don't think 24's build that bunker could play against a harder loadout to play against it because everything save the Frostbite can curve around that wall. You know, the hammer ellipse shots, they can curve around in a clamp. The vibration.
A big a functionality of that weapon.
Honestly, the thing is though, that's
Could see the closeout of the series, or we could see us go all the way to a game 7.
yeah, I think both are very possible. Obviously, I mean, this is a very easy statement to make.
Yeah.
They're both very good players. They're very close against each other.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even players that are good and close to each other, I mean, again, you see this constantly trading back and forth based off of small weapon changes and small changes in technique.
But I think if it goes to a game 7, 24 might have a slight advantage in the fact that Josie will have to bring that loadout because Josie's demonstrated he can't really deal with bunker. Well, I think he can deal with bunker. It's just very hard for him, apart from this loadout he's brought. So it kind of allows 24 a bit more flexibility to counterpick it. Josie, I suppose, could take the bluff that 24 will assume that and won't bring bunker.
Yeah. The only case I think that 24 would really want to bring bunker is if Josie brings back the Tank Nova.
Straight Luma.
Or straight Luma. Or straight Luma for sure. Straight Luma does get very easily shut down by the bunker barrier. But, you know, even in those cases, you still have that Majestic nade that's able to get around the wall. And the one spot where you're safe on your podium now has a dot on top of it.
Well, if you remember how he was using bunker versus straight Luma, he was just putting it up when the Luma was coming in, disrupting the combo. So he used it to disrupt the Luma combo and then deal with the Majestic nade afterwards. It really does counter that straight Luma really well but only 24 and maybe like 3 other players who haven't seen play it are good enough to use it in that respect.
Right.
Most other players just put it down the moment they get it, and it does nothing.
Yep.
It's a bad weapon, guys.
Heading, though, into match 5. Got a little bit of an interesting camera angle here, but we'll go ahead and commentate through this for the time being, folks. There we go. Perfect. 24, bringing a completely different build, in fact. Bringing that hammer ellipse. We haven't seen that hammer ellipse from him all day. Meanwhile, Josie, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bringing that Frostbite, I think that's a really good move. And honestly, we haven't seen a ton of Frostbite representation in this season of VRML at all.
Look, Josie's the best Frostbite player in the world by a massive margin. The only player I think that should be bringing it is him. And even then...
Whoa, nice proc of the shield. In a way, the only weapon that can trade with an Aegis shield is that and the Raptor. Only 2 weapons in the game that are at 2 seconds.
Well, Aegis is 3.
There you go. All right. And in the first minute, both these players have taken a little bit of poke damage. Ooh, but not too much. 24, though, getting pushed out of the way with the Majestic Nade. Goes right into a Raptor combo. Josie also taking some damage from the double Raptors. Josie with the health lead.
Josie just needs to watch out for those Lumas. That's the big difference.
Yep. Yeah, because 1 or 2 Luma shots, and this game could look a lot different.
Also very good for counter pressure. You know, you throw one out.
Oh my goodness, that Viper shot coming out from Josie. Bringing 24 down to the red in the last 30 seconds here.
Josie just needs to play defensively. And even if 24's not looking at you, you need to watch out for those Lumas.
Oh man, the Frostbite does come through on 24. He's got a sliver of health. Poke damage, weapon throw damage, anything to bring him down here. Oh, okay, there's the Luma shot though. Hold on a second, folks.
5 seconds.
It ain't over yet. Very well played. Set point for Josie in game 6 of 7. All right. Heading off, and you know what? Those Luma shots, too, are absolutely on point from 24. If Josie wasn't so dang good at dodging, those would have been perfect. There we go. Ooh. Very nice, using all parts of the shield, really getting full effectiveness out of it to get rid of that Luma. Ooh, nice Frostbite going through the wall of bullets. Again, managing to find the one spot where it wasn't going to collide with a bullet.
It's actually really hard to aim the Frostbite. It's not point and click. You have to throw it physically.
Yeah. Actually, you know, out of everything, the only weapon in Blaston that isn't just point and click. I guess except the nades, huh?
I won't call you on that.
There we go. That nade, if it would have popped just a little bit sooner, would have been right on top of 24's head. We're going back and forth. 24 taking a little bit more chunk damage. Woo, there we go. Look at the movement. Look at the movement from 24, though. My goodness. There we go. Truly incredible.
It's just marvelous to watch.
At least now I know how he can dodge everything that's coming towards him, because it's been a burning question for me for about 2 years now.
No, I'm still going to say it was hacks.
Ooh, okay, there we go. The Luma coming out on Josie. 15 seconds left on the clock. He's got a ways to go, but the health difference isn't that much. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Watch out for that.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a setup. He's got a bit of a setup. Oh, no! And the Viper shot coming through. And like that, Josie winning the set for 3rd place and the NA Finals. Great, fantastic, fantastic game from both these players.
Amazing.
It was so much fun, 24, to watch you rolling around on the ground and dodging everything. Honestly, I was kind of taking a dip back every 5 seconds in order to watch him when I was seeing him dodging stuff.
I mean, a lot of people, I think, thought that this would be the grand finals match. to be
Yeah.
honest. And I mean, that kind of showed why. They're just such good players at the top of their skill level. I mean, I was blown away by some of them. But what it does show is that the best weapon in the game with 100% win rate is Split Majestic.
Yes, actually 100% of the matches that
Never
was brought
lost.
in, he did win. So yes, absolutely. Go run Majestic. It is a good weapon. Do not listen to the corporate propaganda.
Yeah, no,
it tells you otherwise.
It's the best weapon in the game.
But yeah,
No
but
notes.
But truly, truly incredible. And, you know, I have seen in these extended sets is really when Josie starts to shine towards the end. And, I mean, those Viper shots were just brutal. And even when 24 managed to close out most of the distance, you know, 1 or 2 Viper shots were coming through. And it went both ways, right? 2 Luma shots, and then a lot of those matches were looking completely different for Josie.
Yeah, also, like, shout out Josie's Frostbite. It's genuinely really hard to be able to accurately throw them. But to be accurately throw them through clouds of bullets and still hit, it's so hard to put into words to people who haven't played this game how much skill and how impressive that is. Also, they are probably knackered. I'm knackered just casting this. They've been running around, jumping up and down.
Yeah, and considering that this is usually happening after an entire day's worth of gameplay is just incredible. But we're going to go ahead and start setting up our next match. We are on a tight schedule here.
Yeah, here. I mean, it'll be a conversation between us, but.
Uh-oh, we got something going on over here.
Back up.
Post-game interview, I see.
I know.
Ready to go? Hello, everyone. Alex VR here from Between Realities at VRML Con 2023, and I am joined by Josie, winner of the 3rd place prize here in the Blaston tournament. Congratulations on the 3rd place win. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. Pretty tired. The other finalists here know, and the various Blaston people that came to watch know how physically demanding it is, especially playing other people at your level. And 24 is no exception, but it feels good to win. First time beating him in VRML, so.
Awesome. Congratulations on that. Obviously, this is not your first time going up against 24 in Blaston. Is there anything that you did differently to prepare for VRML this time around?
Yeah, it was just like a week or 2 ago where he took me out in the regional finals and sent me down to play Wesso. And in that match, I was going for more hard counters like Collision Hammer or Vandal to destroy the bunker, but he was placing it halfway through my attack and it disrupted me. And so I wanted to create an attack that I could continue doing with his bunker in place. So Hammer accomplished that well.
Excellent. And for anybody out there who's looking to get into the competitive scene, what's a word of advice that you think would really make a difference taking you from that amateur place to the professional place?
There's a few weapons, particularly the ellipse weapons, that are harder to get good at. At first, you might be kind of frustrated. I remember as a beginner, I used the straight version of the Viper because the Viper ellipse was too hard to control. But it's worth the grind. I think these weapons are some of the most valuable weapons to know high level. And so you have to take the long grind over sort of the easy win of using straighter weapons all the time. And so I'd say that's my advice.
Josie, congratulations on the 3rd place win, and we're looking forward to seeing more from you in the future.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to be taking a quick little break before we head into our grand finals between Monteban and Tesseract. Now, this is both your region, Cap, so you can't favor EU. You got to choose one.
Also, it's both my esports team. So,
They're both esports team, yes.
I couldn't be happier. Honestly, Tesseract is the player who, whenever I've been asked, who do I think is going to win, I've always said Tesseract, and it's pretty much always proven me right. And I do have to go with Tesseract here, but Monty's my favorite player in Blaston. He's had such an incredible improvement, consistency. He plays the game more than anyone. He makes the game so much fun to play against. He's my favorite player to play against. And I would be so happy to see Monty take his first win here. But again, it's you know, I actually have to, I feel so bad saying it. I want
There
Monty
you go.
to win, but
Well, it is going to be a close match either way, folks. Please do stick around. We're going to go ahead and set up our grand finals between Tesseract and Monteban. Stay tuned.
I think that's the hardest question I've been asked.
was still on live mic. Oh wait, no, you're not.
Yes.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Really fun. Definitely unlike any other VR game I've ever
I
played.
love the cross stepping and that piece of it.
That you have to like actually move more, and so this is way more like my style.
In general, like the game's gonna be super fun.
Welcome back, everybody, to our grand finals of the Blaston VRML Season 2 here in Denver, Colorado. I know it's been a long day, but can we get some hype from the crowd for our last matchup? It has been truly an incredible day of matches so far. We are heading into our EU exclusive finals between Tesseract and Montyban. We just watched an amazing matchup between Josie and 24, and we are jumping into our match very, very shortly. We already went through and did our predictions. What weapon predictions do you have, Cap, real quick?
I believe that Curve Luma will
Curve
play a
Luma.
part in this. But which player brings it, I don't know.
There you go. And I'm going to say Tank Nova out here as we go ahead and load into match number 1, I believe. Unless this is our disconnection round. No, it is our first matchup. We are going to be transferring over. There we go. Already some incredible movement from these players.
Oh. Curve Luma's already been doing this
There you
work.
go. Curve Loom on both sides. You were correct on both fronts. And we do have the Lance, the base Lance, doing a lot of damage to Montyban at the start of this round. Being brought out by Tesseract. It's been a while since I saw base Lance being brought out. Meanwhile, Monty bringing that fast Nova nade. Really outside of that, a pretty standard build with double Raptor. Very short cooldown build. Ooh, there we go, getting hit by another Curve Luma. Both these players have taken a lot of damage in the first minute. Ooh, there you go, another big chunk of damage onto Tesseract there. It's funny, because in Josie versus 24, we didn't see any damage really coming out until the last minute. Heading into the last minute here, both these players are pretty close to the red.
Yeah. You know, one Luma's going to decide it. It's either going to close it for Tess or bring it back for Monty.
There we go. Ooh, there we are. It's on the field, 44 seconds left on the clock. Those Lances are fencing off the middle of Monty's play area. He's going to have to dodge with the room he has left.
Well, he drop blocked with a full Luma there, which kind of shows his defensive playstyle.
Oh, there we go. Getting hit with another Raptor shot. It's only a little bit of damage, but it brings Tesseract down to the red as well. 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's so close that any damage could take it here. There we go, 50 seconds left on the clock. We have the Nova nade and the Luma that are coming out. Ooh, nice drop block from Tesseract there to get rid of the Luma. Hammer nade coming through, weapon throw damage coming through. Monty's with the sliver of health. Fantastic round from both these players. Tesseract going ahead and taking round 1.
Just also a shout out, both these players arrived on the plane with me yesterday. All chat lags. I have no idea how they're still playing this well.
There you go. Yeah, and honestly, they're playing so well. Without any latency, we're able to see them completely unrestricted from the EU region. There we go. All right, Tesseract didn't even want to take the chance grabbing that nade. Going ahead and sending out the shield. Monty getting zapped just a tiny bit by that Lance. Ooh, there we go. And some quick shots from that fast fire. Ooh, Raptor. That Fast Fire Raptor really being used effectively by Monty to go ahead and dissuade Tesseract's aggression. The curve Luma forcing. Ooh.
Yeah.
There you go. You see these players wait for all of their weapons to spawn, and then they just spring into action at the same time.
Well,
neither one of these two wants to back down at all.
Well, you know, if you use all your weapons at the same time, that's more weapons, more pressure on the podium, harder to dodge, easier to land damage.
Yep. Whoa, and that Nova nade close to popping in Tesseract's face, but he takes a step forward and takes the 3 damage instead.
So a nice little no-look shot from Monty there with the Luma. Didn't land, but it's good to see.
Oh, there we go, there we go. Some damage coming out from Monty, even if it's from the Raptor Ellipse. Ooh. Tesseract having to move quick to get out of the way of that Nova nade. Oh, very, very close on that Luma. Monty just manages to wiggle his way out of it.
Oh, good catch on the nade.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Go.
Monty's got this Luma. He needs to start shooting it.
Oh, very well played there. And game 1 going to Tesseract.
So I didn't really vibe with your Nova pick at the start, but now I think it might be a good pick from Monty versus those Lances.
Well, and you know, Lance is sort of one of those weapons that doesn't get run a lot,
Because
but it really serves 2 purposes. It can fence off your opponent's area and force them to stay where they are and not do too much movement, but it can also dissuade aggression, because if it is at the front of your podium, it's a long-lasting hitbox. It can prevent your opponent from getting that ideal positioning that they want at the front of their podium without taking out of bounds damage.
Yeah, well, also you talked about the attachment. If you're using it for setup, this is the only attachment which makes sense, because fast glance has such a short cooldown. It's really used more for aggression. That is a follow-up weapon, not a setup weapon.
Yeah.
Collision lance is pointless in every respect. It's a pointless weapon. It should not be involved. And
not like Split Majestic, mind you.
No, Split Majestic's an amazing.
Split Majestic,
100%
amazing.
win condition.
Right, right.
Ratio. And then there's extra ammo lance, which again has a short cooldown, so it's just follow up and follow up.
Right.
So the no attachment lance is really the setup lance you want.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of players switch from the Lance to the Lance nade, especially with the fast proccing Lance nade, which we've seen a lot. But to your point, when it comes to setup, it's very unreliable, especially at this high level of play, because most high-level players know how to bait out a nade and then move to the other side of their podium, even if it's about to instantly proc off.
Arbo slowly walks away from my nades while laughing at me, saying they're useless.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah, that's my experience with Josie most of the time on NA servers. But yeah, but so seeing that Lance pick come out, serving the same purpose, but having that fine control over where those Lances are going to, I can definitely see where he was coming from on that one. I think it definitely contributed to that win. And like you said, if Tank Nova comes out, we'll have to see where we go from there.
It's also the fact that it's something which Monty cannot drop block, and if he's relying on dodging alone, it's something he can walk into while dodging. So he's closing the area Monty can dodge it, but also giving him something that he can't throw weapons in front of. And Monty is such a skilled drop blocker that you want to base your loadout around that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And that's a great point, too. A lot of the most popular weapons, I mean, we're seeing it all day with the Luma, right? Block 2 of them with the shield, and then drop block the last one. You can't drop block a laser. You can't drop block a laser. All right, but we're getting... True. All right, getting into this round, we are seeing the return of the Super Majestic from Tesseract. Very nice. And Monty Band, of course, bringing that Nova. So this is very interesting because Tesseract's going to need to get to the front of their podium in order to get the ideal positioning they need to set up that Super Majestic, but that Nova is naturally going to be pushing Tess back. Here we go. And it does so much damage, too. There we go. All right, Tess stepping into it just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. There we go. And those upward curves from the Lumas are really deadly. And you're seeing that due to where all these where all these bullets are coming from, Monty is having to move their Novas to the side and use them purely defensively. Big Nova coming out on Tesseract there. My goodness. It's literally a standoff right now, waiting for that Majestic to come out and not wanting to get punished at the front of the podium. There we go. Although Monty still manages to sneak their way up there. Purely to bait out some bullets from Tesseract in the last 40 seconds here.
Yeah. Also interesting to note, Tesseract's build doesn't have a precision weapon. He's got his follow-up, his Double Raptor Frostbite.
30 seconds left in the clock. And again, like we were talking about before, even a small health advantage when you have a weapon like the Nova, it makes your life so much easier because the pressure is on your opponent to get it back. 15 seconds left on clock. Tesseract has the damage potential, but there's a wild herd of Novas heading towards him. Super Majestic goes down. Monty takes a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to close the difference. Luma coming out. Tesseract taking a little bit more damage. And there we go. Monty going ahead and taking round one.
There was such control in Monty's drop blocking
Such
there.
control.
Like you could see that he had weapons he could throw in front of them, chose not to because he knew more was coming.
Yeah. And shoot, even the point where he got in front of the Super Majestic, that is such a risky move because if, oh man, and using the Novas to hide the Lumas, a second one. My goodness. All right, oh, but Monty's taking a lot of damage from the Super Majestic, even more damage from the Lance as it comes out. Getting pushed over to that corner, takes even more from the Luma, and now all of that health advantage that he got from the Luma is put behind him, and the pressure's on him to get this back. Again, that Super Majestic, just the potential for damage is so, so huge. Oh, all right. All right, puts down that Majestic after the Lance goes out. That actually gives Monty just a tiny bit of breathing room as these Novas help him out. All right.
1 minute.
Last minute. Whew. A lot of damage again, especially compared to Josie in 24. So much damage being done on each side. These players are not afraid to really get in there and get their hands dirty. Monty trying to stay in that corner, but still getting zapped by the Super Majestic. He's got to get it back. There we go with the Tundra.
Luma just needs to get a couple more shots.
Just a couple more shots. That Super Majestic's on the field.
30 seconds.
Super Majestic's with a mighty tasty. There we go. Big damage. Monty's taking a little bit more for that Super Majestic. The full combos coming out from Tesseract. If Monty's able to survive, he might be able to get it back here, folks. He might be able to get it back. And Monty is going to go ahead and get game 2. Incredible. Incredible matchup there. Both of our voices are starting to die at this point.
Yeah, yours is really bad. I can't believe no one said anything to you yet.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't get me
but
confidence.
what a comeback there. And again, you know, when you have that health advantage, we talked about it earlier, it is much easier to sit back and just negate your opponent's damage and keep on the pressure in order to avoid making that comeback with the curved Luma after surviving the onslaught of the Majestic Nade and the Lance Nade, or the Majestic Nade, the Super Majestic and the Lance Nade. Incredible, incredible match there from Monty.
Well,
and now I'm wondering, is this going to go the same way as Josie in 24, where we see tit for tat, tit for tat?
Well, what I would say is, when I say that Monty constantly improves, constantly gets better, start of the season, he was not a good curved Luna player. Now he's one of the best, okay? Because he works on what he's not potentially top at, puts in the time, and then just comes out and does, you know, shots like that. I will say that I think if Tesseract's going to run a similar build to that, I would like to see a precision weapon like a Viper Ellipse to go with him, because after the Super Majestic came down, after the Lance came down, he just had Double Raptor Frostbite.
Well, and I think that Double Raptor was the expected answer there, you know, trying to go in with that really hard damage. But, you know, even if you hit with a bullet or two, it's not nearly as much as something like a Viper. And especially with the build that he's running with so much area of control, that extra 10 damage really does count.
Well, it's an extra 20 damage, and you really want to capitalize on all of the investment you've made into pushing him into a small part. So just spending a bit more cooldown on getting a Viper Ellipse is a nice way of doing it.
Yeah.
But then you are making your build heavier, and it's already incredibly heavier with Super Majestic. So I fully understand why he's gone the way he has. I just think that he would have been better served with Viper Ellipse, maybe even a Luma, but
Yeah, and actually that's another thing to mention too, specifically in regards to the Aegis shield. When you're in Blaston, your next weapon doesn't start spawning until your previous weapon stops spawning. So if you're waiting for a 10-second Super Majestic, your Aegis shield, you are not able to rotate that out nearly as effectively as you could on, say, the build that we saw the 24 running before, where everything's low cooldown, everything's below 4 seconds, and thus you can just keep stuff cycled 24/7.
Oh, absolutely. Although the Super Majestic does have quite a lot of high cooldown, so you can just drop block really effectively with the gun.
Yes. Yeah, I think it has the most health for a weapon in the game.
It should. It's got the most cooldown. I'm betting 10 seconds. I want to get something back.
True facts. All right, folks. We are getting into game 3. We are at 1-1. This is still anyone's game up until this point.
Yeah. And
yep.
all I know is EU's going to win, and so is Fab.org. So let's go, boys.
Oh, all right, and let's see. I love how we actually, usually I would see the weapon choices during the disconnect round, and then we would go in. So it's always nice. It's like opening up a little present, being able to see the builds that both these two are running. We are seeing Tesseract switch back into that Hammer Ellipse, which...
And that Curve Luma.
And that Curve Luma, absolutely, absolutely. Meanwhile, Monty is ditching that Nova. It seems like that's becoming a very popular choice for sort of throwing off your opponent. We aren't running that 2 times in a row. We want to run it once and then drop it that way. It's not getting countered. First Luma comes down onto Tesseract, but Monty doesn't have the health lead yet.
Well, I think the Nova was to counter the Lances, which didn't make another appearance, so why bring him?
All right, that Luma being used in isolation. And just pure bullet hell coming out from Tesseract. He had the ideal setup. And honestly, Monty got through it without much of a scratch there.
Yeah, I mean, Monty is an amazing dodger.
There you go, yeah. And then again, especially at this level of play, it is so important to be able to recognize the small gap that you have. And if that gap doesn't exist, trying to make one. Oh, there we go. I was about to say ideal placement of that Majestic on the field. He follows it up with the Tundra. Very nice. Tess does have their full combo ready to go. Drop block comes out from Monty. Gets rid of the last of that Luma. And now, oh my goodness.
That was an amazing no-look nade snipe with the Tundra, though, from Monty.
Yeah.
Just shout out that was awesome.
Yeah. And that was some great Raptor Ellipse play there from Tess as well. Really bringing things down. Very, very close in damage. This is still anyone's game at this point. Tess does have that Luma. The Tundra is also on the field. No! Oh my gosh! And in the last seconds, Tesseract going ahead and taking round 1.
It's not over till it's over.
It's not ogre till it's ogre. All right, starting this off again. Bullet hell from both sides as that Hammer Ellip is in full rotation. When you're seeing those audio procs, again trying to keep Tesseract on his toes, manages to shoot down the nade with the Tundra. Very, very, very nice there from Monty. And here comes the clamps. A little bit of damage coming off on Monty, 10 damage worth. Tess also took a little bit of chip.
He's so good at sniping those nades with that
Tundra. That is incredible. Again, he's making it look so easy, and I can tell you as someone who mains Tundra essentially, he's making it look so easy. Tesseract getting hit on the very edge of his hitbox, taking that Tundra. And in the last minute, compared to the other matches that we've seen so far, despite the amount of bullet hell on both sides, very, very close match. Tesseract jumping up into the air on that one. Very nice. All right, the clamps are coming down towards Monty. Manages to find his spot. It's his turn to fire back.
Just the movement from Monty on stage. He's moving so quickly, so aggressively, also in such a controlled way. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah. All right, last 20 seconds. Tess still has the lead, but it is very, very close. We are one Luma shot off. All right, and here comes the combo from Monty. It might be a matter of timing in the last 10 seconds of the round. The Majestic goes down.
5 seconds.
5 seconds left. The Tundra's there.
Yep.
The weapon throw goes off. Oh, unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And Tesseract's going to go ahead and take game 3. Very well played by both these two as we head to another weapon swap. And yeah, despite all the bullet health, you know, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. Sometimes it's better to bring a build that your opponent isn't expecting because they've played against something like the Hammer Ellipse.
Next against Hammer.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, we're seeing the sort of end result of those weapon changes, but these players, you wouldn't know it, honestly, that there was a huge change in movement because they have practiced so hard on it. And I mean, I'm loving the live cam that we're getting here, and I am turning around and watching them play because the amount of movement and what the techniques that they're actually IRL using to get around these shots. I mean, Tesseract got some air there. Did you see that?
I've been seeing him jump.
That's a good vertical right there, man.
Like, I'm watching all of these players and going, oh, they look so much more coordinated than me. They've got their center of balance down. Why are they doing that? Why aren't they just throwing themselves around the room?
Yeah, right, yeah, absolutely.
Very well done.
And you see it in game a lot of the time, again, at this high level of play, but this is honestly the first time that I've seen any of these players, their IRL footage from their matchup. So really, really, truly incredible to see this level of skill being put on. Just incredible. What do you think we're going to go from here?
Well, what you've got to remember is that each match, players are reacting to the build that their opponent just brought, but also the build that they might bring.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Nova again, just as, you know, Monty counts picking up the Lance coming back. But also, you know, I know that these players, I know that they're going to play lots of different builds, if anything, just to show that, you know, I can bring all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
just to keep your opponent constantly guessing.
You know, honestly, these players, they've got to the grand finals. You know, they've shown that they're like in the top 2. Well, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, they are the top 2 right now.
And so I have to try and push back when I feel I'm being too EU biased. But it's not bias anymore. It's proof.
It was latency the whole time, folks. It was latency. All right, folks, we are getting into our round 4. Currently 2-1 to Tesseract. It is still an uphill battle for both of these players. And getting into these weapons, we are seeing the Lance Nade being brought back onto Tesseract's build. Tundra and Curve Luma. A bit of an interesting build, and hey, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Charge Hammer being brought by Monty.
Oh, well, it's a very versatile build. It works kind of with everything. So
this I would, ooh, there we go. Big Luma straw coming up. This I would categorize as an oops all DPS build. Because, well, actually not in the way that he's using the hammer. He's mostly using the hammer for the spread. We talked about it when 24 was using that Wildcat. It's very nice to have that forward spread towards your opponent. Tesseract taking another Luma shot there. And just a constant guesswork of having to know if and when that Tundra is going to go off, and if so, where it's going to be coming from.
But while it does have that setup like that Wildcat, you can also use it to deny nades. It's also defensive. It's also aggressive because it can do lots of damage if you land it. So it's just very versatile.
1 minute.
There we go. Tess actually feigning a throw there to try and catch Monty by surprise with the instant proc Lance Nade. And again, another standoff here where both these players are using very aggressive weaponry, trying to catch each other out. All right, another Lance Nade goes out for Tesseract. And again, those audio cues, stressing your opponent out if nothing else. Nice bait there from Tesseract on the nade. Oh no! Monty stepping out of bounds, taking absolutely huge amount of damage between that and the Lance Nade. My goodness, they're still in this though, folks. In the last 15 seconds, there's enough Oops All DPS on that build in order to get it back. The Tundra comes out. Tesseract manages to get over to the side. Another Luma shot going out for Monty. And very well played there. Tesseract going ahead and taking round 1.
Well, Monty did everything he needed to at the end to try and close that round out. Just when you're down that far, it's very hard to come back.
All right. There we go. Not even having to look up to know where that nade is. Again, just going off of audio cues alone. And look at the juggle there from Monty, making it look easy. There goes the Luma, managing to land. There we go. So much DPS coming out from both sides. And players deciding that they don't even want to send off the Lance Nade. They almost want to bait their opponent into thinking they're going to throw it.
Well,
nice catch there from Monty. There we go. Monty. 1 minute left on the clock. A Luma's worth of damage is all that has been done this game.
Yeah, it really, like, Tess is still by far in this. One Luma, and they're equal.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go, another Tundra.
Now it's 2 Lumas, and he's equal.
There you go. Crazy. Absolutely insane plays coming from both these players. Again, just at the peak of their game either way. Oh, nice dodge there from Monty. Again, moving his hands out of the way. That is something you have to worry about. The hands are the weak point. Oh, nice duck out of the way. It's an instant proc nade, but it's just enough time to get out of the way without taking damage. 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and another Luma shot coming out on Tesseract. There's a lot of damage coming out on Monty. 5 seconds left on the clock, though. And it does look like this round is gonna go to Monty.
Well, this is where Monty excels. When he's got a lead, he knows how to close that lead out. He knows how to force you to the front of your podium and answer with counter pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And these players got a break, but they're both from the EU. Oh man, they're jet lagged. They're tired. They both want it though. A big Tundra coming out at the start from Tesseract. He has a solid health advantage, but Monty's already starting to work on him on that poke damage. Ooh, there we go. Managing to find his spot and sticking to it. He's got that Tundra. He can use that for a bit of counter aggression if need be, but he seems to be waiting for his weapons to spawn. Ooh, there we go. Getting it with another Tundra shot. All right, his combo's starting to come up, cool down. Tesseract keeping that Tundra for anti-aggression measures. In the last minute, Monty's got a ways to go if he wants to take this match back.
It's a hard route, but it's not over till it's over. Monty definitely has ways back in. A few Lumas and he's right there.
Especially in this matchup. We've seen it happen once, we've seen it happen again. Tesseract taking just a little bit of zap damage from that Lance. Oh, the juggle, but he ends up juggling it off to the side. Ooh, all right. Ooh. A little bit of a visual glitch there, I believe. 20 seconds left on the clock. Monty has the potential to get this back, but he has to use everything in his kit at once.
He makes the snipes look so easy. That's so hard.
10 seconds left. That Aegis shield goes out. Friends a little bit of aggression. Ooh, nice dodge there from Monty. He's not going down without a fight, and in the last second, he did land a Luma there. But Tesseract is going to go ahead and take game 5. 5, yes, 5.
I was going to say, Monty looks like a good cut. He looks so good. Like, Tesseract always looks amazingly powerful. But it's just like half a year ago, no one considered him like one of the top players, but he really is showing.
Yeah.
He's there.
Well, and the other thing, too, is you have to remember that there is pressure on both these players.
Oh, yeah.
And Tess has been to these events before. Monty, on the other hand, this is, like you were saying, their first real appearance in a grand finals of Blaston to the level where it is the grand final.
Well, there was the VRML grand finals, but that actually, he won by forfeit because Tess was too late showing up.
Oh, no. But yeah, and what an amazing showing. That is actually our first matchup in quite a while that has gone 2-1 instead of just 2-0. So Monty definitely holding his ground in this matchup. We are heading, though, into a possible set point for Tesseract.
Well, Monty needs to win every game.
He needs to win every game from here on out. He needs to win, not every round, but he needs to win every game from here on out. And like that, we're turning up the temperature on the pressure cooker right there.
Well, just remember, though, last year's winner, 24, he was in a similar situation. In fact, a worse situation because he hadn't won a game yet. And he did pull the reverse sweep. And we've seen it time and time again in Blaston.
Yeah, we do love a reverse sweep in the community. So it is still anybody's game, and with the way that Monty has been playing, I mean, proving that he deserves to be up here on this stage. It has been incredible.
People need to stop sleeping on Monty.
People need to stop sleeping on Monty. This is your wake-up call, guys. You got to stop sleeping on Monty. We're so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be.
I know you want your rest, but you can't be sleeping on him. Come on now. Come on now.
He's so good, and he's such a positive influence in the community. I'm really happy.
We're lucky to have him, is what you're saying.
Really
We're lucky to have everybody. And everyone here who came out to Denver, Colorado for VRML Con, everyone who's watching from home. We aren't able to see Twitch chat this time around, but really appreciate all of you being here. Everyone who played in the last season, everyone who came to the top elimination rounds leading up into this grand finals. It has truly been a journey these last couple months, and it all ends here. So it'll be exciting regardless of which way it goes, who comes out on top in your all-EU finals.
all Fab.org, all EU.
All Fab.org, OEU, no VRFN, my goodness.
Yeah, well.
I got to pass out more banners, apparently.
Neither of these have a Fab.org.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe now
Sorry.
we got to reach out to Tilbit. Hey, guys, we got to give them every banner that we can possibly get.
I was trying to do that for this event, but I didn't get it.
There you go. There you go. Well, we'll have to reach out to them afterwards. We got to make sure that they're repping whatever brand they feel is best for that.
No, my brand.
My brand.
Just mine.
No, just mine, actually. Oh, my goodness. All right. I do hear the sounds. We're doing our disconnection round. We should have just a moment before we get into this next matchup. I'm fully expecting a very good match. Honestly, if I could predict anything, I'd say less Oops All DPS from that. I'd say more area of effects, more DOT, less Oops All DPS.
I think they just go the other way.
We'll see it. Well, we're about to find out
Nades.
for sure as we get into Game 5. Set point for Tesseract, and he has brought back the Super Majestic. Monty does not have that Nova that he had before in order to prevent some of that aggression. So we'll have to see, but Tesseract taking a lot of damage right at the start of the match. Taking the Tundra as he tries to navigate to the front of his podium. The Super Majestic is down. He's following it up with a Viper Ellipse. That's new as well. Hey, he listened to you.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of being able to hear the commentary. Now the players are taking our advice, and he has swapped out that curved Luma and the double, well, not the double raft, he still has that, but he has brought on that Viper Ellipse as well. All right, he has that Super Majestic, again, navigating to the front of his podium to make sure it can get right there in the center and be as troublesome as possible for Monty. Monty taking a lot of damage from it, almost calling the shot. But Monty manages to drop block his way out of the Viper shot. And it's a lot of pressure to be put in. Again, really trying to prevent him from getting that ideal positioning that he needs to get the Super Majestic off. That Super Majestic's off to the side. Ooh, but the Majestic nade's actually going to close the gap. Monty is trapped in the back right-hand corner of his play area. Manages to wait it out. Very well played. And he still has the health advantage here, so the pressure is on Tesseract to get this back.
Well, now he doesn't.
Oh, all right, and just like that, I think things have changed up. It's too close for me to tell, but the Super Majestic comes out again. Monty does have that Aegis shield. He uses it, but the Viper is still hot. It's still hot on the field. There we go, 11 seconds. The Super Majestic goes down one last time. 5 seconds left on the clock. It's too close for me to tell. A little bit of damage coming down on Tess. Monty taking zap damage from the Majestic nade. And all of a sudden, this is set point for Tesseract. My goodness.
What a game.
It went from too close to tell to in the last 10 seconds deciding the matchup. And these Majestics, I never thought I'd be saying this, but these Majestics have really been a bother today, haven't they?
They should nerf them.
There you go.
Well, Monty was down in the last round, so he needed to go aggressive.
Yep.
He had to do what he had to do, but
Yep. A little bit of juggling to start off the round, keeping 3 weapons active at once, and keeping his options as open as physically possible. That Super Majestic pushes him off the front of his podium. Again, the punishment. Oh, he can hear the audio cue. He does have to turn around.
Oh.
He's taking a ton of zap damage from that Super Majestic. Oh my goodness. And
What?
now below half health in the first minute of gameplay. Come on, Monty, you got this. Get it back. Show us how it's done. Oh, there we go. That nade pops basically right on top of him.
Oh,
Tess does end up taking some damage from the Raptor. Oh!
those
My
last two
goodness.
Vipers, you know, they
And
were
the
so
and the
nice.
Vipers, my God!
So
Please,
fast.
someone clip that in chat. I need that clip.
So
I need that
precise.
clip. My goodness! All right, we are setting up our interview, so we got to get our 2 cents in when we can. But yes, my goodness, what an amazing matchup, and from Monty as
Oh,
well.
shout out to Monty. Like,
Shout out to
a
huge
player
shout
who
out
just
to Monty.
does not stop improving. A player who does not stop playing. And it genuinely teaches me to enjoy the game
Yeah.
more than anyone.
Yeah, and honestly, immaculate execution there. Again, these two are jet lagged. They've been playing their second full set of the day, getting up to match 5. Incredible.
Well,
Incredible.
last finals, I said Monty was to be the next top player. Monty is the next top player. I feel proven right.
There you
He's
go.
going to be the next new player to win a tournament. And I'll stand by that and fight anyone online who wants to say different.
There we go. There we go. All right, and I believe we're cutting over to an interview with our champion, Tesseract.
Hello, everyone. Alex here from Between Realities, joined with our champion in the Blaston tournament, VRML 2023, Tesseract. Congratulations, my friend. Tell us, how are you feeling? What are the emotions?
Well, I'm feeling incredibly relieved. I mean, it's been it's been so tough, but yeah, I've enjoyed every moment of it, obviously, and yeah, hope to do this again, definitely.
Absolutely. So what does it take to go up against an opponent like Monty?
Balls. You need. It's tough. He did a great job tonight, and as well as Josie as well. But yeah, super tough.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what it takes to win a VR esports championship tournament. What kind of training and preparation goes into clinching the W?
Well, obviously thinking a lot about what the other player will bring and how you respond to that. So my plan was to catch people off guard and then go in with some meta, and it seemed to have worked. So yeah.
Any words for aspiring Blaston players out there?
It's a cliche, but just keep playing. Like, if you keep playing, if you love your game, then you'll get to the top eventually.
Tesseract, congratulations, my friend. Well deserved, absolutely. And we'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks. And what a fantastic day it has been. This is going to be the end of our broadcast schedule, but not the end of today's events. Very shortly, we'll be starting up on the Ultimex Exhibition Finals. 2 top NA teams going head-to-head live on this stage, live footage for the first time ever. But this is going to be our sign-off. I'm going to plug for poor Captain here because I have to. He runs a fantastic EU-focused sports organization called Fabor.
We're worldwide. We're not fabulous.
There
We're
you
corrupt as hell. We're like every esports team.
There you go.
Exploit you to our hearts.
There you go. And I believe if you want to learn more about that, you can check out fabulous-org.com.
Yeah, I couldn't afford fabulous.org.
That's understandable. That's understandable. And if you want to learn more about the events that I do, you can check out vrfightnights.org. That's vrfn.org. Of course, go and check out VR Master League. Make sure that you're following this channel, absolutely, because you're not going to want to miss any other action. And hey, if you're around and this has interested you today, please do get engaged. They have new seasons that are being churned out all the time. It is really a great experience to be part of a VRML season. Just because a lot of the players aren't up on the stage doesn't mean that they didn't contribute a ton throughout this season, and we really thank everybody's involvement. I thank everybody who's out here in Denver, Colorado. Without you guys, we would not be here. Thank you so much. I have been Dr. Oolong. Thank you for participating, and we will see you all next time. Take your bow.
We're not on camera, but hey.
We're not on, well, we still are on camera, I'm pretty sure.
Like we cut off there.